Julia, are you ready to start your presentation after a couple of words from me?
Yeah.
You're good? Okay.
Actually, Dustin's going to do the first part of the presentation, and then I'm going to go over for the second part.
Okay. All right, great. So let me just welcome everyone. Let me call to order the meeting of the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Benefit Council, joined with our partners from the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board. I will be co-chairing this meeting today with the chair of the board, Mr. Adam Nowalski. And so he and I will be going back and forth, calling questions and handling motions as they happen. I just want to welcome everyone. We've done this, a lot over the years, and so what I'd like to do is there's going to be a presentation. It's a little after 10. We'll do some questions and answers. We're going to take a lunch break and then come back and take up motions. That's kind of how I kind of see how this would work. We're going to, as we have in the past, we'll go back and forth between council and commission motions. We're going to, because this is a joint plan, it's going to, both the council and the commission will need to make like motions, and then we'll just go back and forth between who votes first. I think that's going to be the best plan of action here today. So with that said, our next item on the agenda is a presentation on the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Commercial Recreational Allocation Amendment for final action. We're going to start with Dustin from the commission staff, and then Julia with the council is going to follow up after Dustin. So Dustin, if you're ready to go, looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks everyone for coming today. Feels like we've all been building up to this moment, so I'm glad we have a lot of time set aside. So I'll be covering the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Commercial Recreational Allocation Amendment. Next slide, Julia. And so here are our meeting objectives for the day. We'll begin with a brief recap of alternatives. We can always go into more detail if there's any specific questions, but we'll cover the main points of this action. Then we'll review the public comments received on the amendment, followed by a review of the advisory panel recommendations. Then we'll cover the FMAT discussion and recommendations that they made. And then, as the chair, Mike Luisi, suggested, we'll be considering final action here today. Next slide. So there are some important timeline considerations for this amendment that have been discussed at prior board and council meetings. So we figured we'd lay it out here for you all today. GARFO has provided feedback that currently there are several actions underway that will likely limit the agency's ability to implement this amendment by 2022. So GARFO has indicated that 2022 is technically possible if it is determined to be the highest priority and if the board and council are willing to accept a delay in federal implementation of the Black Sea Bass Commercial Amendment, and also a delay in the Rec Reform Initiative. If final action is taken today, these questions will need to be answered to determine when implementation should take place. If 2022 implementation is desired, council staff would submit the EA to GARFO in June. We recognize this is a very fast turnaround for an EA, but if the council and board desire a 2022 implementation date and can accept a slowdown in some of the other actions, council staff can submit the EA in June. If the other actions are deemed a higher priority, or if action is delayed until December 2021, the target implementation date for this amendment will be moved to 2023. Next slide. So this amendment has three major purposes, which correspond to the three main alternative sets in the document. The first purpose of the amendment is to consider potential modifications to the allocations of catch or landings between the commercial and recreational sectors for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass. Second, the amendment considers allowing for transferring a portion of the allowable landings each year between the commercial and recreational sectors. And then finally, the amendment also considers whether future modifications to the commercial recreational allocation or transfer provisions can be achieved through a future FMP addendum/framework action instead of an amendment, basically just a quicker process. So next slide. This amendment considers both catch and landings-based allocation percentages for all three species. And before I summarize the specific alternatives, I first want to lay out some considerations related to catch versus landings-based allocations. So this is a simplified table, a version of the table that was in the hearing document. In the left column, a catch-based allocation means that the allocation percentage is applied to the entire ABC, which includes both total allowable annual landings as well as dead discards. This means that changes in landings and discards from year to year in one sector do not influence the other sector's annual catch limit, or ACL, because the allocation percentage is always applied to the entire ABC. Under a catch-based allocation, projected dead discards by sector are subtracted from the sector ACL to arrive at the commercial quota and the RHL, or recreational harvest limit. Then looking here at the right column, under a landings-based allocation, the allocation percentage to each sector is applied only to expected landings, and discards are dealt with using other methods. So this requires first splitting the ABC into total expected landings and dead discards for the combined sectors. The total dead discards are then split into sector discards, usually based on recent trends, while the landings are split on the allocation percentage. Under a landings-based allocation, changes in landings and dead discards in one sector have more influence on the future catch and landing limits of the other sector compared to a catch-based allocation. So just to be clear, under both approaches, commercial and recreational limits, including ACLs, ACTs, quotas, and RHLs are required. So the allocation approach here does not change how the fisheries are managed. It really only specifies whether or not there is an allocation percentage that applies to discards in the same way that it applies to landings. In both methods, dead discards must be projected and accounted for by sector, and separate accountability measures are still required for each sector. So to summarize, the main difference between these two methods is the step in the calculations at which the allocation percentages are applied. In other words, is the allocation applied to the whole ABC, or is it only applied to landings and then we split discards up by sector using a different method? If you want to look at this in greater detail, you can check out the illustrated flowcharts in Appendix A in the hearing document. Next slide. So in the next few slides, we'll go through the options under consideration for commercial recreational allocation, but it is important to note that the allocation percentages are not directly comparable between catch-based and landings-based allocation approaches due to allocations being applied to landings in one method and catch in another, as I just described. So they will result in different impacts on the sector ACLs and sector landings limits. Next slide. So the tables on this slide show the allocation alternatives for summer flounder with the percentages here on the left and then the basis for each of those percentage allocations on the right. The catch-based alternatives in the top table are, again, not directly comparable to the landings-based percentages on the bottom. The alternatives range from the current landings-based allocation of 60% to the commercial fishery and 40% to the recreational fishery, which is also the status quo option, as we've highlighted it here in blue to differentiate. And they range to the catch-based allocations of 40% of the catch to the commercial fishery and 60% for the recreational fishery. And then we have more information on the basis for these alternatives in Appendix B of the public hearing document, if you'd like to check that out. Next slide. So these are the catch and landings-based alternatives for SCUP. The alternatives range from the current catch-based allocation of 78% to the commercial fishery and 22% to the recreational fishery, to the landings-based allocations of 50% to each of the sectors. Next slide. And again, these are the alternatives for modifying allocation percentages for black sea bass, ranging from the current landings-based allocation of 49% to the commercial sector and 51% to the recreational sector. And then we also have an allocation of 22% of landings to the commercial sector and 78% to the recreational. So for summer flounder and black sea bass, it's a landings-based allocation, and then scup is the status quo is a catch-based allocation, but landings and catch-based approaches are provided for all three species. Next slide. With the allocation percentages shown on the previous slides, we are often asked what exactly those mean for each sector in terms of future limits. Unfortunately, we cannot precisely predict quotas and RHLs, and that is true regardless of whether we are thinking about the current allocations or revised allocations. We are never able to predict what future limits are going to be. We don't have that foresight. Commercial quotas and RHLs depend on future biomass projections and the resulting ABCs for each species, which we currently do not know beyond 2021. These landing limits are also dependent upon annual projections of sector-specific dead discards. And this is a recommendation made through the annual specifications process by the monitoring committee that considers many things, size classes, looking at recent trends, and so on. And we also know that with changes in allocation, we may also see a modified discarding rates by sector. Given this, we have come up with an example commercial quotas and RHLs for each species that to attempt to account for this uncertainty. I'll describe that a little bit later. Next slide. So the example quotas and RHLs used throughout the public hearing document, which have garnered a lot of attention, are used to describe expected impacts to each sector in order to allow for a more apples to apples comparison between catch and landings-based alternatives. These example limits were developed using the 2020 ABCs, so it's important to note that limits would vary from this in the future depending on future ABCs. And again, commercial quotas and RHLs are affected by dead discards for each sector. And these vary annually and are quite challenging to predict, especially under modified allocations. So to account for this, we developed a simple linear regression model that plotted discards against catch or landings for each species and for each sector from 2004 through 2018. This was done so that we could accurately predict, or excuse me, more accurately predict what our expected discards might be under future allocations to derive our example limits. For all three species, past discards were positively correlated with landings. Overall, the example quotas and RHLs should be taken with a grain of salt because actual future limits will vary under different ABCs as well as changing discard patterns. This is really more of a ballpark analysis, the best of what we have for now. So more detail can be found on the methodology for developing these example quotas and RHLs in the public hearing document if you just go to Appendix C. Next slide. So these next three slides provide graphs that are included in the public hearing document. These graphs compare the example commercial quotas and RHLs under each alternative to observed commercial and recreational landings for summer flounder from 2014 through 2019. The horizontal colored lines that you see here represent the example quotas and RHLs under each alternative, which were again based on the 2020 ABC and assumptions about discards. The 2021 ABC, as you'll remember, is different for some of these species. The vertical dark gray bars are annual landings, and the graph on the left shows commercial landings, and the graph on the right shows recreational landings. For summer flounder, in most years since 2004, commercial landings have been above the example commercial quotas, particularly under alternatives 1A1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. This indicates that if the overall ABC remains similar to 2020, reduced commercial landings may be required relative to the most recent years, except for 2017 and 2018. Then, looking here on the right, for the recreational fishery, harvest in most years has been above the example RHLs. However, when considering only the most recent 3 years in the figure, the example RHLs under most alternatives are higher than recreational harvest during 2017 to 2019, meaning that under reallocation alternatives, recreational measures may be able to be liberalized to these years if ABCs remain similar to 2020 levels. Again, kind of a ballpark analysis. Next slide, please. These are the same figures for SCUP. Again, the horizontal lines represent the example quotas as well as the RHLs based on the 2020 ABC, and the vertical dark gray bars are recent landings. So for SCUP, alternatives 1B2 through 1B7, essentially all of the reallocation alternatives, include lower commercial allocations than the no action status quo alternative shown in red. The commercial sector has not fully utilized its quota since 2007. So for SCUP, a decrease in allocation may not necessarily lead to a decrease in commercial landings compared to recent levels. Commercial landings in most of these years fall below the example quotas for all alternatives. However, reallocation alternatives may limit the potential for market expansion and future increases in landings, as well as ex-vessel revenue compared to the no-action status quo alternative. Then switching over to the right, for the recreational fishery, the no-action status quo alternative shown in red results in an RHL that is substantially lower than recent revised MRIP harvest estimates in the gray bars. This would mean that status quo allocation is expected to result in potentially substantial near-term restrictions in the bag limit, minimum size, and/or season to prevent exceeding the RHL. Alternative 1B7, shown in yellow, results in the highest example RHL and is the only alternative that projects an example RHL that is higher than 2004 to 2019 recreational harvest. So therefore, alternative 1B7 would provide the most benefit to the rec sector. Alternatives 1B3 through 1B6 have the potential to allow for harvest at similar levels to recent years. Next slide. So again, this is the same set of figures for black sea bass. Alternative 1C4 is the no action status quo alternative, shown with the dashed orange. Commercial landings were below the example quotas under the no action alternative in 1C5, shown in green, during 2004 to 2019, largely because the fishery was constrained by much lower quotas during those years. And as a reminder, these example quotas and RHLs and the horizontal lines were calculated based on the 2020 ABC. The highest commercial landings during this period occurred during 2017 to 2019. Therefore, if future ABCs are similar to the 2020 ABC, commercial landings may need to be restricted compared to recent years under all but alternatives 1C4, which is status quo, and 1C5. In the graph on the right, with recreational landings, the example RHLs are higher than recreational harvest in the earlier years. However, in recent years, recreational harvest was near or above the example RHLs based on that 2020 ABC. So looking at 2018 and 2019, only alternatives 1C4 and 1C5, shown in dashed green and dashed orange, would result in limits that are notably lower than this recent harvest. So if future ABCs are similar to 2020 ABC, the recreational harvest would likely need to be restricted under those two alternatives. And under other alternatives, recreational measures could range from slight restrictions to potentially slight liberalizations, depending on exact future limits and the circumstances that arise. Next slide. So the next alternative category relates to phasing in any of these allocation changes over a number of years. And as a reminder of how this works, a phase-in approach would divide the percent shift in allocation evenly over the selected number of years, if reallocation is approved. So in addition to a no phase-in option, these alternatives include a phase-in of 2, 3, or 5 years. The council and board could choose to apply a different phase-in approach to each species as well. The impacts of these phase-in alternatives will depend on the specific allocation change for each species and the number of years of phase-in. The details of phase-in percent shifts under each alternative is shown in tables 11 through 13 in the public hearing document. Next slide. So alternative set 2 considers allowing transfers of quota between sectors in either direction during the annual specifications process. The first subset of alternatives in this section is either to take no action, under which transfers between sectors are not allowed, or to allow for optional bidirectional transfers through the annual specification setting or review. The transfer would be specified as a percent of the total ABC in the form of landings limit transfer, and transfers would not occur if the stock is overfished or overfishing is occurring, to be conservation minded and risk averse. There are also a few options for caps on the total amount of annual transfer, and these options are for a no cap, a cap of 5, 10, or 15% of the ABC. The nice thing about this is that the cap would scale with biomass. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the pros and cons of annual quota transfers that are discussed in the public hearing document. The benefits of transfers include added flexibility to address annual sector and fishery needs, and transfers could be used to prevent overages in one sector. In addition, the transfers would be optional and could be used as a tool in the toolbox to be applied only when needed, not necessarily every year. So there are some disadvantages to transfers, including that we are unable to accurately project current year's harvest on the timeline needed for specifications. So we would need to rely on older data, creating that disconnect in the timing of data used for evaluation and the year of actual transfer implementation. In addition, it is difficult to evaluate the need for transfer for these fisheries, which tend to be highly or fully utilized, and it's more difficult if allocations are revised, especially in the earlier years. Finally, for these fisheries, there tends to be a desire to liberalize recreational measures when there's a predicted underage in the recreational fishery, since many measures are currently viewed as restrictive. So it may be unlikely that managers and recreational stakeholders would support recreational to commercial transfers in practice, at least in the near term. They might require or rather see an increase in the bag limit or a dropping of the minimum size. Next slide. For transfer caps, in general, higher caps would result in more flexibility to address management needs, potentially a more complex decision-making process due to a higher range of transfer amounts to consider, as well as potentially more fluctuations in sector limits year to year. Lower caps, in contrast, provide less flexibility to address management needs, but limit the transfer amounts, which could reduce the decision-making complexity and reduce annual possible fluctuations and limits. Next slide. So now to cover the last alternative category, which relates to the ability to change measures considered in this amendment through either a framework or addendum, depending on your using commission or council speak, as opposed to an amendment. This is a fairly simple alternative set that includes no action or making the issues considered in this amendment frameworkable, including commercial and recreational allocation and sector transfers. So allowing this could help in scenarios where small tweaks may be needed due to new information. Next slide. Yeah, so that covered the brief recap of the alternatives, and now I'll move into the public comments received on this action. So 5 virtual public hearings were held between February 17th and March 2nd, targeted towards certain states or regional groupings of states. Written comments were accepted through January 15th through March 16th, 2021, and 334 individuals or organizations either provided written comments and or comments at a hearing. And of that total, 111, or about a third, came from a form letter, which was written from the commercial fishery perspective. We made efforts to avoid double counting people and organizations who commented in multiple ways, such as at multiple hearings or at a hearing and in writing. In addition, if more than one person said that they were speaking on behalf of an organization, all comments for that organization counted only once. And we realized that organizations represent many individuals. However, we did not tally individual and organization comments differently. It's an important point to be cognizant of. This table shows the breakdown of primary sector for the individuals and organizations who provided comments. And you can see that 69% of the commenters were primarily affiliated with the commercial sector. And about half of that total comes from that form letter I mentioned just a minute ago. 23% of commenters were primarily affiliated with the recreational sector. And you can see that the remaining percents for unknown, multiple, or other primary affiliations. For a more thorough understanding of which individuals and organizations provided comments, please refer to the public comment summary document, which was included in briefing materials, where all comments are included, and you really can take a deep dive and understand all the perspectives. Next slide. So this shows the breakdown of the number of commenters that supported no change in the allocations or some sort of change. 69% of commenters supported no change in allocation for any of the 3 species. 50 commenters supported some sort of change, whether or not they specified a specific alternative. And so of those 50, 45 supported a change for summer flounder, 40 supported a change for scup, and 43 supported a change for black sea bass. Some commenters did not address all 3 species and instead addressed only those species they were most familiar with. Some of the rationales provided for a change or no change are summarized on a later slide. And it is important to note that in this and many of the other tables on later slides, the total should not be summed between rows. This would result in double counting of individuals and organizations who commented in multiple categories. It's best to just look at each row in isolation. Next slide. So this slide shows the breakdown of the number of individuals and organizations who expressed the support for summer flounder allocation percentage alternatives. In this and the next 2 slides, the status quo alternatives are indicated with the bold text. You can see that 69% of total commenters supported no change to the summer flounder allocations, and a much lower number of commenters supported a change, and the comments in favor of a change were spread among a few different alternatives for how to reallocate. And as a reminder, these numbers should not be added together because there may have been a few comments that supported more than one reallocation alternative. So again, adding could result in some double counting. Next slide. So this is the same slide for the scup allocation percentage alternatives. The takeaways are the same for summer flounder. 69% of total comments supported no change. And of those who supported a reallocation change, many supported 1B3, which would maintain a catch-based allocation and is also based on multiple approaches. Next slide. Again, this is the same for black sea bass. 70% of total commenters supported no change in the black sea bass allocations. And those who did support a change were spread out among several alternatives. There wasn't necessarily a clear favorite. Next slide. So it's a little bit busy here, but we'll spend some more time on this one because there's a lot to dig into. This slide summarizes some of the common themes for why the allocations should or should not change. The themes are arranged such that those that tended to accompany a status quo recommendation are grouped together. And again, the numbers should not be added together across rows as a maybe sound like a broken record here, but that would result in some double counting of comments that address more than one theme. So as you can see, half of all the comments we received said something along the lines of the commercial sector cannot afford to lose any quota, or that the livelihoods of those in the commercial sector are at stake. About 40% said that there could be negative impacts to the general public that consume seafood if the commercial allocations are decreased. We also received several comments that noted differences in how well the commercial and recreational sectors are constrained and differences in the data for the two sectors. Many of these comments said that these differences made them concerned about taking allocation from the commercial sector to increase the recreational allocation. Some comments expressed concern about the validity of the data, usually referring to MREP data, but occasionally also referring to commercial data, especially in regards to discard data. Other comments said that the alternatives don't have a strong scientific basis, or the basis is not well justified. This is often related to concerns about differences in the two sectors and data concerns. A few comments said that the impacts analysis is not complete or is insufficient, for example, because it doesn't include discards data through 2019, or it used quotas in RHLs that are just examples and not actual future quotas in RHLs. We received several comments on recreational reform. Not all of these commenters were aware that there is an ongoing recreational reform initiative. That was not something we addressed in the presentation or the public hearing document. Some comments regarding rec reform were referring to the Recreational Reform Initiative, but others were referring to any big changes to the recreational fishery that they thought were necessary, whether or not those changes are currently part of the Rec Reform Initiative. So you can see that 35 comments said rec reform should be done first or instead of allocation changes. And 11 comments said rec reform is important, but should not be done instead of this amendment. Lastly, 15 comments explicitly said that the allocations should be updated to account for the new MREP data, which is the best available science, and they should be updated to reflect more recent fishery conditions. Next slide. I'm still seeing the old slide. Maybe I'm delayed. Oh, thanks, Julia. This shows the breakdown of comments regarding catch versus landings-based allocations. Tallies are based on comments that either supported an alternative that was catch or landings-based, or expressed general support for one or the other, excluding support for status quo. If a commenter supported some alternatives that were catch-based and some that were landings-based, they were not counted in these tallies because it was assumed that they did not have strong opinions either way on catch or landings-based allocations as a concept. Again, none of the numbers here should be added because that would result in some double counting. As you can see, compared to the total number of commenters, which was 334, we did not receive a high number of comments on catch versus landings-based allocations. However, of the comments we did get, most favored either specific catch-based alternatives or a catch-based approach as a concept. The common rationale provided was that this seems to be a better way to deal with discards and a more logical way to do the allocations, given that we are now required to manage with catch limits, as opposed to when the allocations were first established and some species were managed only with landings limits. Next slide, please. I'm still not seeing the next slide, and perhaps I'm delayed.
I think my internet might be a little slow, but I did switch, so it should go soon.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, I see it now. This is the breakdown of comments for the phase-in alternatives. Of those commenters who explicitly addressed phase-in, most favored no phase-in. A lesser amount favored a shorter phase-in period of 2 years, and examples of rationales provided were that past big changes in the quotas and RHLs were not phased in, and that a longer phase-in period would not address the management challenge an allocation change seeks to address. Next slide. This is the breakdown of comments regarding transfers. You can see that 55% of total commenters favored no transfers, though we did get several comments in favor of transfers, at least as an option. So some of those 18 comments in favor of transfers said that they would only support it in specific circumstances or after additional analysis or a better understanding of the impacts. So this slide also shows that a breakdown of comments regarding a transfer cap. And you can see that we didn't really get much in regards to comments here, and that they are just spread out among several alternatives. Probably a reflection of most people not supporting transfers at all. Next slide. So this is the breakdown of comments regarding frameworks/addenda. You can see that most commenters favored only making allocation changes through an amendment. In some cases, the rationale provided was that allocation changes need thorough considerations of impacts and greater public comment opportunities. 21 commenters did support the use of a framework, at least as a tool in the toolbox for minor to moderate allocation changes that might be desired in the future. But we often heard along with that comment that it is always a decision that the board and council could make, and if larger changes are needed, an amendment can always be turned to. Next slide. So this is a summary of some other common comment themes which were not directly related to allocations. We received 36 comments that focused on the recreational bag size and season limits. For many recreational fishermen, they don't really care what the allocations are, but they do care a lot about what the bag size and season limits are. For example, we got several comments that did not address allocations, but just said something along the lines of the summer flounder minimum size limit is too high, the bag limit is too low, and so on. We also got several comments saying discards in one or both sectors are a problem that should be addressed. And 11 commenters had general concerns about stock status and the impacts of fisheries generally, which were not always specific to one sector. For example, we might have received comments that sounded like just generally the stocks are in trouble. Some comments called out the commercial fishery in particular as being more damaging to the stocks. And some comments raised concern about enforcement of the recreational measures, or said that recreational non-compliance is high, either generally or when measures are viewed as too restrictive. Again, some comments said access to the commercial fishery should be increased or commercial measures should be liberalized. Others said that catch limits in both sectors should be higher. And some comments addressed concerns about habitat issues such as pollution or beach replenishment. So next slide. That kind of does it for the review of the comments. We'd be happy to take questions on that later, but I'll turn it over to Julia, who will take on the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Dustin. So next I'm going to cover the advisory panel meeting summary, and then the FMAT meeting summary, and then the council staff memo. Those are the three remaining topics in this presentation. So starting off with the advisory panel meeting summary, we had an AP meeting on March 23rd, and we presented all that information that Dustin summarized to the AP and asked for their input that they would provide to the council and board for consideration for final action. So this slide shows some kind of high-level summary points that came out of the AP meeting. So of the advisors that attended and spoke at the meeting, 7 of them expressed support for status quo allocations, so not making any changes, setting the allocations. And they provided a variety of reasons why that should be the case. And the reasons included things like uncertainty in the MRIP data. So you shouldn't change the allocations just because of a change in the MRIP data when the MRIP data is so uncertain. A few advisors said things like the commercial fishery cannot afford to lose any more quota just from a general economics impact perspective, and also concerns about maintaining a supply of fish in the market. And if you take that supply out of the market, it's hard to gain that market back. And then some advisors raised concerns about challenges in terms of recreational management in general, that changing the allocations is not going to address some other challenges that we would still have and the recreational fisheries, such as things like discards or differences in how well the commercial and recreational sectors are constrained to their catch and landings limits, and how confident we are in the data, that some advisors felt that issues related to those topics would still remain if you change the allocations, and changing allocations would not be a solution for those challenges. 3 advisors did, speak in favor of changing the allocations. So they said things like, the data has changed, so it makes sense to change the allocations to account for that data change, kind of a best available science sort of argument. Some advisors said that at least for summer flounder and black sea bass, the ABC increased due to the new MRIP data. So it would make sense to kind of adjust the allocations to account for that too. And advisors also said that adjusting the allocations can help partially deal with some of the discard challenges that we're having right now. 3 advisors spoke in support of either a catch-based allocation approach generally or a catch-based alternative. And they said things like, a catch-based allocation is a less complex way of calculating the catch and landings limits under our current management system, where we're required to have both catch and landings limits. They said things like it's a better way of accounting for discards, and also it can allow for more ecosystem considerations, and discards is an example of an ecosystem consideration in that sense. 3 advisors spoke against the use of transfers, and they said things like it'd be challenging because of lags in the data, so it'd be hard to know what the appropriate need is for a transfer. And one advisor said that if one sector is not projected to fully utilize its allocation, it would be better to just, leave that alone, and that underutilization can help the stock, as opposed to trying to transfer to get full utilization. Other comments that advisors said were, a few advisors said that the recreational reform initiative should be pursued first. Again, that was something that also came out of the public hearing process. And these were similar reasons why, as what I said in the previous slide, for why some advisors thought the allocations should remain unchanged. So they said things like they're especially concerned about discards and the differences in how well the commercial and recreational fisheries are constrained. And so they thought that those were more fundamental issues that maybe should be addressed through something like the Recreational Reform Initiative, and address that before considering changes to the allocations. A few advisors and a member of the public who attended the advisory panel meeting reiterated what Dustin said earlier, that the tallies that we used, we counted one individual as one, and then we also counted one organization as one. And we realized that organizations represent multiple individuals, but we made the decision to count each organization as one. So some advisors just wanted to make it clear that they thought that this may not accurately represent the true interest in the amendment and the comments, and some phrase this as particularly from the recreational sector, because we got some letters from recreational organizations that represent many individuals. The same is true for commercial organizations. We also got comment letters from commercial organizations, but the advisors who spoke about this were mostly speaking from the recreational perspective, and they thought that was something to keep in mind in terms of those tallies. Some advisors also said that it's just in general hard for recreational anglers to get involved, to know how to get involved and to understand the issues, to be able to provide informed comments. One advisor said that this amendment has generated an adversarial attitude between the stakeholders, kind of pitting the commercial and recreational interests against each other, and that adversarial attitude distracts from what should be the real goal of management, is maintaining a sustainable fishery as opposed to fighting over allocations. And one advisor said that the allocation approaches considered in the document don't recognize changes in technology and management that have happened over time. So the fisheries today are fundamentally different than they were in the past, especially during the base years for these species, which includes you know, the 80s through the early 90s, depending on the species. So depending on the historical time frame that you're looking at to potentially inform any allocation percentages, that this is problematic because the fisheries today are a lot different than they were back then. So those are that's the high level summary of the AP meeting. There's a more detailed summary in the briefing book. So next I'm gonna summarize the FMAT meeting, which was the day after the AP meeting. We took all this information, including a high level summary of the AP meeting, to the FMAT and asked the FMAT to provide their input for final action on this amendment. And one of the first things that the FMAT talked about is the implementation date of any changes in the allocations. If any changes in the allocations are desired, when can they be implemented? And Dustin already touched on this earlier, but the FMAT agreed that it'd be pretty challenging to implement any changes for 2022 unless all other actions for these species are deprioritized. So we have specifications coming up. There's still rulemaking that needs to be done for the black sea bass commercial state allocation amendment. There's just other things that we know are going to be happening for these species for the rest of the year. And if the council and board really want any allocation changes to be implemented for 2022, basically all those other things are going to have to take a back seat, and that's possible, but it would be a big challenge. So the FMAT thought that 2022 implementation would be a big challenge. The GARFO representative on the FMAT reiterated support for pausing final action on this amendment in favor of the recreational reform initiative. But the FMAT as a whole, as a group, did not reach a consensus on whether final action should be postponed or not. The FMAT did agree that if the council and board want to postpone, that it should be postponed to a time certain. So not saying that it should be postponed, but if that's what you all want to do, the FMAT recommends postponing until final action until October or December of this year, because that would allow enough time for implementation by January of 2023. And you know, this is considering that there's going to be other actions ongoing for these species. This is a longer timeline for implementation and rulemaking than what we were originally planning for 2022. So final action in October or December of this year for January 2023 would not require that pressure to put everything else in the back burner. This is assuming that we're, you know, doing everything at the same time and taking a reasonable amount of time to finish the EA while doing all these other things for these species at the same time. We had the FMAT talk about the specific allocation percentages that are in the document, but the FMAT was not comfortable recommending any specific allocation percentages. They felt like any specific allocation percentage could not be chosen based only on scientific and technical considerations, which they are most comfortable with. But really it also, policy decisions play an important role in that. And the FMAT was not comfortable making policy recommendations on behalf of the board and council or for the board and council to consider, because they felt like policy decisions are the realm of the council and board, and the FMAT should stick to scientific and technical process-based recommendations. So for that reason, they did not want to recommend any specific allocation percentages. They did favor catch-based allocations from a process perspective. Again, not recommending that any specific change be made, but just in general felt like catch-based allocations made more sense than landings-based allocations, especially given the management system that we're in right now, where we need ACLs, we need to account for discards either way. So using a catch-based allocation is a much more straightforward, logical, less complex way of deriving all of the catch and landings limits that are required under either approach. And they also noted that, as has been discussed in the past, under a catch-based allocation, the two sectors are more separate in terms of how their discards are factored into the process. So there's a greater incentive for each sector to reduce their own discards because each sector is seeing more of a direct benefit of that under a catch-based allocation as opposed to a landings-based allocation where the two sectors are more intertwined in terms of how the catch and landings limits are calculated. But again, they agreed that this was all from a technical process perspective. They weren't thinking about, specific impacts in terms of resulting quotas and RHLs. And they, again, we're not recommending any specific percentage alternatives. In terms of the phase-in of any changes, they had kind of similar thoughts, that they didn't recommend a specific phase-in approach. So they didn't say like 2 years or 5 years is best. They agreed that phase-in, could be a useful option depending on the scale of the allocation change. But the benefits, are highly dependent on how big of a change will be made, and also what is the future ABC, because even if you're making a big allocation change, if the ABC also increases in the future, that would kind of dampen any of the negative impacts to one sector of an allocation change. So they felt like they couldn't really recommend a specific phase-in and whether it will be necessary or not, because again, that depends on the specific allocation change, which they were not comfortable recommending, and other considerations about future ABCs. They also noted that there was almost no input from the commercial sector on phase-in, and under the alternatives in the document, all but the status quo alternatives for all 3 species would reduce the commercial allocation. So the FMAT thought it would be really helpful to know from the commercial sector, like if the allocations change such that the commercial allocation decreases, would the commercial sector think it's helpful to phase that in or not? But we didn't get that type of impact or input from the commercial sector, because the input that we did get from the commercial sector was so focused on don't change the allocations at all. So then there would be, if there's no changes, there's nothing to phase in. So the FMAT felt like that was kind of a missing piece of information that they would want to know in terms of helping make recommendations related to phase-ins under any specific changes, allocation percent changes. The FMAT did have some concerns about the transfer provisions as laid out in the document. They noted that based on how it's laid out and the current process and the current data availability, that there would be a time lag between the data that we would have to use to determine a need for the transfer and the year in which the transfer is actually implemented. So there could be a disconnect there, which could be problematic in terms of effectively evaluating the need for a transfer and the impacts of a transfer. They also talked about concerns related to overages. Again, if you're trying to, fully utilize your ABC and predicting it based on data that, might have some caveats associated with it, they're a little worried about that. And they also noted that, with the exception of the commercial scup fishery, that in all sectors for all species, that there is currently high utilization. So there's, based on how things have played out in the past, there seems to be, there might not be actually that much room for transfers, but again, that would depend on what future conditions are like. So based on all that, the FMAT did recommend alternative 2A, which is no action on transfers, which means that transfers between the commercial and recreational sectors would not be allowed. They did also recommend alternative 3B, which is to allow future changes to the allocations to be made through a future framework and addendum, as opposed to an amendment. They agreed that it could be beneficial to use frameworks and addenda to make small adjustments in the allocation percentages if that's desired in the future. But even if frameworks and addenda are a tool in the toolbox, the council and board can always still use an amendment for any changes if they think it's necessary. So if a change is considered like a really big change or potentially really controversial, the council and board always have the option to do an amendment. And the FMAT talked about the idea that that we shouldn't be too prescriptive in terms of where's the line between a minor change through a framework and a bigger change through an amendment, that shouldn't be like predetermined, and it shouldn't be an X% change requires an amendment, and anything below that can be a framework, because they felt like it would be important to think about it on a case-by-case basis. And the FMAT did support keeping transfers on the framework and addendum list, even if no transfers are allowed through this amendment, which is what they recommended, because they thought that, maybe there could be an improved transfer process in the future, or if there's different trends in utilization in the future, that it might be helpful to, again, have frameworks as a tool in the toolbox to more efficiently consider an improved transfer process if that is possible in the future. And that brings me to the last part of the presentation, which is the council staff memo. So this memo outlines 3 realistic paths forward, like considering where we are right now, what are the paths forward from today? And from the council staff perspective, we think these are the 3, reasonable, realistic options that are before you today. The first is to postpone final action to a time certain. We know there's been a lot of talk about that. And for each of these paths, I'll describe the considerations related to each in more detail on later slides. The second path is to take final action today, selecting the status quo allocation alternatives as preferred, which would mean the allocations would remain unchanged, and that would be the decision that you make. And then the third path forward is to take final action today, selecting an alternative that would change the allocations. So council staff are not recommending a specific path. So we're not saying, we recommend A, B, or C, but we are laying out considerations and recommendations for, if you choose path A, this is what we think you should consider. If you choose path B, this is what you should consider. And if you choose path C, this is what you should consider. And I also want to reiterate, just to make it extra clear, that these are council staff recommendations, that commission staff do not put forward commission staff recommendations. So just to make it clear that this is coming just from the council staff perspective. So next I'll touch on considerations related to each of the 3 paths. So the first path forward from today is to make the decision to postpone final action to a time certain. So as was discussed earlier in the presentation, we've heard from stakeholders and GARFO representatives that their support for developing the Recreational Reform Initiative, or further developing the Recreational Reform Initiative, before taking final action on this amendment. So we know that there's some interest in that. But staff recommend that if you do want to postpone final action on this amendment, for example, to more fully develop rec reform, that you postpone to a date certain. And related to previous discussions that the FMET had about implementing in time for 2023, we think that the time certain should be December of this year to allow time for that to occur. And we think it's important to have it be a time certain as opposed to just an indefinite delay or postponed until some undetermined date, because if there's an indefinite delay, that means additional years of status quo allocations, but uncertainty about how to manage our fisheries under those allocations. If there's not a commitment that you want to keep the status quo allocations, then there's a lot of uncertainty for what that means for the fisheries, both for managers and for stakeholders. And if you want to see additional years of status quo allocations, we think it would be better to just pick the status quo alternatives, and then we'd have that certainty. And then that would mean that we would think about how to constrain the sectors to their allocations, as opposed to what we've been doing for the past few years, is keeping the status quo allocations, but not necessarily following our typical process of constraining the sectors to their allocations, especially in the recreational sector, because we wanted more time to work through this amendment and the Recreational Reform Initiative. That was viewed as a temporary approach, and we don't think it's helpful to keep that going indefinitely, because we need certainty about the future management program for these species. Another consideration is that if you decide to postpone final action, depending on how long you decide to postpone it for, more information is going to become available as time goes on. So we'll have additional years of data on landings and discards. We'll have updates to the stock assessment information. And if the information really changes our understanding of things, or if there's a desire to add alternatives that are outside the range currently in the document, then an additional public comment period might be required. If we get new information that adds on a few more years of data, but doesn't really change our understanding of things all that much, then we don't necessarily have to go out to public hearings again, but we could still do some updated analysis. So the second path forward, like I said, is to take final action today, selecting the status quo allocation alternatives. So if that is what the council and board choose to do today, that means that the allocations will remain unchanged until they are revised through a future action. And these allocations aren't going to just sit on the shelf indefinitely if this happens, because the council now has a policy of reviewing all allocations at least every 10 years. So they'll at least get reviewed. That doesn't mean they're going to change every 10 years, but there's a commitment to periodically review these allocations. And that would be the case even if there's a decision today to keep the status quo allocations in place. And just wanted to remind you all that based on recent trends in the fisheries, if we assume that ABCs stay similar to recent levels, if we keep all the allocations unchanged, we would be looking at the need, a very likely need to restrict the recreational fisheries for scup and black sea bass compared to their current bag size and season limits to prevent RHL overages. So the exact percentage restriction that might be needed would depend on future ABCs, future considerations about expected harvest. So we can't say an exact percentage reduction that might be needed under the status quo allocations for scup and black sea bass, but there's some examples shown on the screen here about what sort of comparisons we were looking at a few years ago when we were considering how to manage the fishery for 2020. So at that point in time, the data that we had, for example, on scup harvest in 2019, which is the most recent complete year for which we have AMRIP harvest estimates, that scup harvest estimate was 117% higher than the 2020 RHL, so more than double the RHL for scup in 2020. Black sea bass harvest was 48% higher than the 2020 RHL. So these are just examples of the kind of disconnect between RHLs under the status quo allocations and recent harvest, and something that we would have to think about how to address that if we keep the status quo allocations in place. So the third path forward is to take final action today, selecting alternatives that would change the allocations. And there's a few kind of overarching considerations related to this. So if the council and board decide to take final action today, you must do so based on information that's currently available. So for example, we know that there's been a lot of discussion about how the Recreational Reform Initiative relates to the allocations, and can anything that's done through the Recreational Reform Initiative help the council and board determine what percentage allocation change might or might not be needed. And we can't provide that information today because considerable additional work needs to be done to determine exactly how the Recreational Reform Initiative could change fisheries management for 2022 and beyond. So staff are working really hard on the Recreational Reform Initiative. There are some interesting topics under consideration in there that could be kind of big changes to how we manage the recreational fishery and could help address some of our problems, but we can't tell you today. We still need to work through the details about how exactly it would work. So we can't tell you today what that would mean in terms of any changes to the management measures. We can't say that the Recreational Reform Initiative is going to prevent the need for a reduction in recreational harvest that would otherwise exist. We need more time to work through the Recreational Reform Initiative to be able to tell you exactly what it means. So if you want to choose an alternative today, council staff recommend that you not make that decision based on an assumption that the Rec Reform Initiative will do anything specific, because we need more time to figure that out. So the next few slides, I'm going to walk through some considerations for each of the three species, and the considerations and recommendations for each of the three species are a little bit different because there are just some differences in the for the three species and things like the impacts of the allocation changes and the data and the stock assessments, and I'll explain each of those. So for summer flounder, council staff recommend that if the council and board want to change the allocations today, that it would be helpful to change the summer flounder allocation so that it's catch-based instead of landings-based. It's currently landings-based, but for all the reasons previously described, for all the reasons that the FMET said, council staff think that a catch-based allocation would be beneficial for summer flounder. Council staff also think that it could be, a well-justified approach to take the current base years of 1980 through 1989 and update them with new data, because that's just, a data consideration that using the best available science, and those base years, they are all years influence of the allocations and the management program. And those base years as a concept were well justified through, the amendment that initially implemented these allocations. So just taking those same base years and updating it with new data, council staff think that's justifiable. But however, the problem is that those base years can't be updated with catch data because we don't have discard data for those years. So again, council staff do think it's helpful to use a catch-based approach, but we can't just simply recalculate the base years with catch data because we don't have discards. In addition, one of those base years is missing recreational landings data. So because we can't just do a simple calculation of same base years, new data, catch-based, council staff came up with a way to kind of make this work in a way that would still, we think, have a strong rationale. So what council staff are recommending is the consideration of alternative 1A5, which is same base years, new data. That's a landings-based alternative. But what council staff are recommending is taking those percentages based on landings data and making it catch-based instead of landings-based. So keeping those same percentages, 55% commercial, 45% recreational from that alternative, but making it catch-based instead of landings-based. Another reason that this could be justified is that in practice, it actually might not represent that big of a change from recent conditions, because although we've been under a landings-based allocation for summer flounder since the allocations were first implemented, and the way that we've allocated and added discards back in to get to the ACLs have actually worked out to be pretty similar to these percentages anyway. So 56 commercial and 45% recreational. So that works out to be pretty similar to what the staff recommendation is. And depending on future discard trends and projection methods, the outcomes are actually probably not going to be all that different from the status quo landings limits, but it would move us to a catch-based approach, which council staff think would be helpful. So next I'll describe the SCUP recommendation. And again, this is if the council and board decide to change the allocations for SCUP today, these are some things that council staff think you should think about. And it's the rationale is in some ways pretty similar to the summer flounder recommendation, except that for SCUP, the allocation is currently catch-based and council staff think it should stay that way. So council staff do not recommend further consideration of any of the landings-based alternatives for SCUP. An important difference for SCUP compared to the other species is that the biomass estimate actually did not increase after incorporation of the revised MRIP data into the stock assessment. So the MRIP data had a much lesser impact on the SCUP stock assessment than for the other two species. And then the current base years for SCUP, like summer flounder, are all years prior to council and commission management. So again, council staff think that it makes a lot of sense to keep the catch-based approach, same base years. There's some rationale for that, and just updating it with the new data. So this is a specific alternative in the document, doesn't need to be modified at all like that summer flounder alternative. So council staff recommend consideration of alternative 1B2 for SCUP, which is just same base years, new data. And again, it considers the fisheries prior to influence of management, and it uses what is currently the best available scientific information in those base years. Some other considerations related to that and the impacts compared to some other alternatives in document for SCUP is that there are two other catch-based alternatives that would allow for less restrictive measures in the recreational sector. However, council staff have concerns about those alternatives because they would reallocate based on time periods when the recreational fishery was effectively less constrained to their limits than the commercial fishery. And again, this was a fairness concern that came up in the public comments. So council staff do think that's important to consider for SCUP, that those more recent historical time periods, you would have to consider those differences in the fisheries. Also, council staff note that if scup biomass is currently high, it's above the target level, but it is declining towards the target. And if it continues to decline or the market expands or landings increased, the revised allocations could be more limiting to the commercial sector than they might otherwise be. So those are just some considerations that council staff wanted to lay out associated with that recommendation. So the council staff recommendation for black sea bass is not quite so straightforward as for summer flounder and scup. And again, this recommendation is, not saying that like this is the path you should choose, but if you want to change the allocations today, this is what we think you should consider. So as was previously noted, there was a 59% increase in the quota and RHL for black sea bass from 2019 going into 2020. And this increase was mostly due to the incorporation of the revised MRIP data into the assessment, but that wasn't the only reason. It was also impacted by the above average 2015 year class. And then the quota and RHL increased again from 2020 into 2021 on top of that 59% increase due to the change in the council's risk policy. So the starting point for the council staff recommendation for black sea bass is that we did have these big increases in the catch and landings limits. And a lot of that was due to MRIP. And now we have this big mismatch between the RHLs and harvest estimates based on new MRIP. So because of that data change, it makes sense to kind of rebalance some of that to account just for the data change. But council staff thought that it's also reasonable that both sectors should see benefits from the factors that resulted in increases that were not because of MRIP. So it wouldn't necessarily be logical to take that full 59% increase and move it all to the recreational fishery to prevent a need for a recreational restriction, because that 59% increase wasn't only due to MRIP. And that additional 9% increase was due to the risk policy change. So it makes sense that both the commercial and recreational sectors should see some benefit from that. So that's kind of the starting point for the rationale for the staff recommendation for black sea bass. The problem is that of the alternatives that are in the document, only 2 alternatives would be expected to allow commercial landings to increase beyond recent levels. So would allow the commercial fishery to take any advantage of any increase resulting from the factors listed on the screen here. And those alternatives are the status quo alternative and the same base year's new data alternative. So this slide shows that the bar graph that Dustin explained. So on the left side is commercial landings in the gray bars from 2004 through 2019. And then the right side is recreational landings. And then the horizontal lines are the different alternatives. The status quo alternative is on the left side. You can see that's the dashed orange bar that's way at the top. And then the green dash bar below that is the same base year's new data alternative. So that's what's highlighted in the red box on both figures. So the point that we're trying to make here is that those are the only alternatives that would allow the commercial fishery to see any increase in their landings beyond recent levels. And again, some of that would allow them to take advantage of those increases in the ABC that were due to non-MRIP changes. So there's kind of a big gap between these 2 alternatives that are at the extreme that would allow for a big increase in commercial landings, but require big reductions in recreational landings to constrain both sectors to their limits. All the other alternatives would require commercial restrictions, and then potentially, depending on the alternative, maybe some more minor recreational restrictions or minor recreational liberalizations. So council staff thought that there was like fairness considerations at play here related to what was described for some of the previous species, that we have been in a situation where the sectors have been constrained differently. And if you use historical years to base your allocation percentages on, you should consider that the commercial fishery has not been able to exceed their limits because of the way that they're managed. So that is playing into the percentages that result. And then also, council staff did not think it would be appropriate to constrain commercial landings to below pre-2019 levels with the sole purpose of preventing a need for recreational restrictions. And this is really challenging for black sea bass because this figure kind of hints at it, but if you assume that the ABC is going to stay similar to recent levels, there's no percentage solution that's, landings based, catch percent based. There's no way to add up the numbers so that you can prevent the need for restriction in both sectors. There's no way to make the math work out so that you keep the commercial sector at or above recent landings levels and prevent the need for a recreational restriction. So council staff felt that we had to kind of balance trade-offs, that you can't make the numbers work so that both sectors can prevent a need for a restriction compared to the landings shown on the screen here. So that plays into the percentages that the council staff are recommending for consideration for black sea bass if the council and board decide to change the allocations today. So the percentages that council staff recommend are 42% commercial and 58% recreational catch based. And again, the rationale is that this allows the commercial fishery to see a little bit of an increase beyond their 2019 levels, but not that full 59% increase that they got. So it results in an example quota of 4.12 million pounds and an example RHL of 6.95 million pounds. And I wanted to emphasize that these are just examples. They assume that the ABC is the same as the 2020 ABC. Future quotas and RHLs would likely vary, but these are just provided as an example to kind of illustrate what the impacts of this might look like. And these example quotas and RHLs are within the range of the quotas and RHLs for other alternatives. So although these percentages are not associated with an alternative, we think this qualifies as within the range. So this would, like I said, it would allow for a slight increase in commercial landings compared to recent years, but it would represent a notable decrease in the quota compared to 2020 and 2021. So the commercial fishery did get a 59% increase in 2020, but they were not able to fully land that because of major impacts from COVID. And whether or not they're going to fully land the 2021 quota is, of course, an open question because it's only April. So this change would still require restrictions in the recreational fishery to prevent RHL overages. But like I said, we can't make the math work to allow commercial landings to stay at or above recent levels without also requiring recreational restrictions. So we would still need to think about how to manage the recreational fishery under this allocation approach. That would be future discussions through the specifications process. And again, these percentages are just an attempt to balance all these trade-offs, recognizing that this is, really challenging and there's no solution that allows both sectors to, see benefits compared to recent harvest levels. Okay, so last few items that council staff touched on in the memo include phase-in provisions. So council staff basically said similar things as the FMAT, that the benefits of a phase-in would vary depending on the magnitude of any allocation change. But if the council and board want to use a phase-in, council staff recommend the shorter of the phase-in options, so a 2-year phase-in as opposed to a longer phase-in, because this, if you want to change the allocations, that's assuming that you see some reason that they need to be changed, and so a shorter phase-in period would kind of balance the desire to make a change, to have some improvement for whatever the rationale is for making the change, but also would balance that against a kind of the industry impact side of things, of kind of smoothing out the especially the negative impacts, so they're not felt all at once in 1 year. In terms of transfers, council staff agree with the FMAT that the transfer process as proposed is pretty complex and has some problematic elements. So council staff recommend alternative 2A, no action on transfers. Council staff also agree with the FMAT in terms of recommending alternative 3B, which is to allow future frameworks and addenda for everything included in this amendment, including transfers if an improved process can be developed in the future. Again, frameworks and addenda would just be a tool in the toolbox, and that major changes should still be done through an amendment, but the kind of threshold for what put something into an amendment category versus a framework category should not be predetermined and should be determined on a case-by-case basis. Okay, so that's it for a very long presentation with a lot of information. Again, the decision point today is final action on this amendment, and just to remind you of the way the council staff at least laid it out is we think there's 3 realistic paths forward to choose from today. One is to postpone final action to a time certain. Another is to take final action today, selecting the status quo allocation alternatives. And the third is to take final action today, selecting alternatives that would change the allocations. And I think myself and Dustin and Savannah, Kylie and Carson were all available to help answer questions on any of this and help with the discussion. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Julia, and thanks, Dustin, for your presentation. It's a ton of information, and I know that some people are going to be processing it as you went through all the details. I think what you've proposed as different paths forward is something that we need to focus on. What I'd like to do, just to give everybody a sense as to what I'm thinking. We have about 20 minutes before 12. I would like to take questions at this point. Questions, on the specifics of what was presented, and then I think if depending on how many questions we have, I think it would be good to maybe get a motion or two on the table before lunch, so that we can give some thought to it. Maybe there could be some caucusing between the delegations from the different states, and I also want to, I think a lot. So there are a couple things that I jotted down, and a couple things that I think are important. I think timing is very important. If 2022 is in play, I think we need to consider it could change the direction that we go. Julie and Dustin, I wanted to ask you a quick question before we get into other members of the council and the commission. So it seemed as if there was a large, well, your presentation showed that there was a large kind of lopsided interest in status quo. But was there any discussion about the consequences to the recreational fishery as a result of status quo? I mean, was that something that was discussed openly at any of the meetings?
I'll take a first crack at answering this question. We definitely at the hearings tried to exemplify what would potentially happen to the recreational sector if status quo measures or allocations were kept in place. So as much as we could, we tried to outline that in the public hearing document as well as at the hearings. As far as how the discussions went, there wasn't a huge amount of discussion on what specific measures might be in place, because we can't really predict that. There were some questions about how does this apply to me personally as a recreational angler? All I really care about is a lower minimum size for summer flounder, let's say, or a bigger bag limit for a black sea bass. In terms of predicting what future recreational measures would be, that's kind of out of the scope of what we're able to do, but we could just generally say more qualitatively what the impacts might be.
Can I just add one thing to that? That there were some comments that, I think most, like Dustin said, most comments were just focused on a commercial perspective, commercial impacts. But there were some comments that said, the commercial sector can't afford to lose quota, but I don't want to have negative impacts on the recreational sector either. So they might suggest maybe something else needs to be done to prevent negative impacts to the recreational sector. So some additional non-allocation solution to prevent the recreational sector from hurting too hard. But not always anything super specific, and kind of some variation in what was recommended.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that. I think before we go to questions, maybe I could turn to the service to get their thoughts. Mike, I hate to put you on the spot, but I think a lot of the decisions that are going to happen over the next few hours are going to be based on kind of what the service can and can't do, and the perspective that you can provide. I don't know if that's something you're prepared for now, or do you want to provide any thoughts on kind of these different directions that we can take at this point, or would you prefer to wait and maybe wait till we have a motion? I can't see you. I would normally be sitting right next to you and I could lean over and ask you, but let me know what you'd prefer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you wanted me to address a specific issue, I'd be fine trying to do that now.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I think timing is. Maybe we can start with timing. I think timing is a critical issue, and maybe you can address where your staff and what the service is going to be able to do for either 2022 or 2023. I think that's where we can probably start with this discussion.
All right, I think I can work with that. Right. So as the presentation suggested, if the council and the board take final action today, it is certainly possible that we could have the allocation amendment approved and implemented for 2022. But if you ask me to lay odds on that, I would say the probability is very low. And there's a few reasons for that. First off, council staff felt that they could get a document completed for submission in June. That would be excellent. But once the council document is submitted, we have to put it through a thorough review. That takes a while. We have to give, all the various parties that are involved in that review adequate time to conduct the review, get their comments, and then generally, that involves a back and forth between our staff and council staff. I would suspect, August would be probably the earliest we would be looking at completing that process. And then we're preparing a proposed rule package, including regulations that have to get deemed through the council. And so it's quite possible that we would be embarking on the formal Magnuson Act review and rulemaking process in, say, September, probably at the earliest. And there's a lot of unknowns. There are things that are outside of our control in terms of getting a rule package through review, published, reviewing the comments, and getting a final rule package together. So I have a number of concerns about that in terms of the risk involved with going down that path. Once we get into the fall, our staff are also going to be working with council staff on the specifications package. We have a court order that mandates we publish the 2022 specifications by January 1. So, in terms of priority setting, we cannot legally prioritize the allocation amendment over the specifications package because the specifications have to be published by January 1. And I think that also creates some potential difficulties for the council and the board in August when we're all meeting again to discuss the specifications for 2022. If we have not, and we will not have been able to make any decisions about the allocation amendment if the council takes action today. So how will the council and the board approach the decisions that need to be made in August for the 2022 specs without knowing whether the allocation amendment will be approved and be in place for 2022. So it creates some complications, I think, that people need to be aware of, some uncertainties, and certainly some challenges in terms of getting everything published on time. Should the council and the board, want to proceed down the path of prioritizing the allocation amendment in the hopes that it can be implemented for 2022, we will certainly stop all work on the agency side on the rec reform initiative in order to do whatever we can to support getting the allocation amendment in place. But even then, there's no guarantee we're going to be able to do it. So that creates, again, some additional complications and challenges. I think I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, and see if I've, at least to your mind, addressed what you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mike. And I will say that, you've been pretty open about the rec reform initiative as something that you would like to prioritize. And so I think there's a little conflict between, moving forward with an allocation amendment change, or, moving forward with selecting a new allocation and trying to get it done in by 2022. But, the service has been pretty open, over the last 6 months has been pretty open about the interest in the rec reform initiative. So I think there's a little it's a little disconnect between what you guys have said and where we may end up as a board and a council. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure there's going to be other questions. I'm going to go to the floor at this point and see who has questions. Okay, let me look and see here. Tom Foti, I have you first. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thanks for these presentations. They were long, but they were very thoughtful. I think the staff did a great job. Would you please pull up the public hearing breakdown? Because I want to ask some questions on that.
Did you have a certain slide in mind?
It shows the number of people that. Yeah,
I mean, there were a lot of tables on public comment. Well, there you go. Is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, now this is 5 hearings, and we had between the 5 hearings we had 300 people. Okay, first question I want to ask is, are you able to pull out the staff numbers from those hearings? What I mean by that is, I know when we have a hearing in New Jersey, sometimes there's almost more staff people and commissioners on than there are public. So can you do that? And can you pull those staff numbers? I mean, I look at this number right now, we have 116 participants, but it probably, between commissioners and council members, that makes up almost half the people on the call. So that's the first question I have.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So we were pulling, when we developed these counts, we pulled council and commission staff out of those numbers. So even if like Mary Sabo was on the call, we didn't include her, but we did not pull out state personnel, council members, and so on. We left those untouched.
Okay. Now the other question is the 229, if I remember is that the number of people that actually attended all those hearings for commercial sector, and the 75 of the recreational? Was that all the comments that were made?
Julia, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is commenters for both written and hearing. I'd have to, I don't know if Julia, you have the number for hearing participants, but I'd have to look.
Well, that's what I'm looking at, the number of people that were at the hearings broken down, and how many people were at each hearing.
I can start. Yeah, I can start listing. So for Massachusetts, there were 78. Massachusetts and Rhode Island, there were 78 people in attendance. For New Jersey, there was 90. For Delaware and Maryland, there was 53. Virginia and North Carolina, there was 38. But in Connecticut and New York, there were 70. But remember that if you're looking for a total view look at hearings in general, we'd have to look at our spreadsheets because there's a lot of repeat attendees on some of those hearings.
Okay, and that's,
We did actually do that already. It was kind of buried in the paragraph summary of the public comment summary document, but we estimated that there were about 233 unique attendees at the hearings, not counting, not counting people who attended more than one hearing. They only counted once, so we estimated about 233, and then the numbers, again, the numbers on the screen here are just the people who provided comments. So if this did include people who attended a hearing but didn't provide comments, the numbers would have been bigger, but we didn't tally that.
okay, what I'm trying to get at is I'm looking at the number of hearings and the number of the public, not counting out New Jersey staff members that were, because it was like, I know there was like 6 or 7 that were sitting on our hearing, on all the hearings that's going on. And I really thought when we had moved to virtual that we were going to have more attendance at these hearings. But when I look at the numbers, both commercially and recreation, I'm not going to go into the argument of who represents who and what groups basically represent and how many numbers they have. But just look at the numbers of people that attended these hearings and the number of people that commented. We're not getting the public. And I think that's true at all the hearings. It's not just what happens here. And then I think when you basically hand out a document that people are supposed to read before they come to the public hearing, that is so many pages long. And I've been doing this for 30 something years, and it's hard for me to dig through all the facts in that document. And I'll be honest, I did not read all the pages. I read the summary, and then I look for areas that would basically be there. Because I got bluefish on Thursday, I got summer flounder, and you get, I think, fatigue. So have we looked at a better way during this pandemic? Because this is not working. I don't think we're getting really the public comment, both the commercial and the recreational sector. And I have a hard time putting these, making a decision and without feeling we had, and that's where we get to some of these real decisions need to wait until we can have public hearings that the public actually can attend the hearings, because I'm getting less and less comfortable with the process. And I was wondering if staff and other commissioners feel the same way as I am. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Tom, for your comments and questions. I'm going to go next to Emerson Hasbrook, and I apologize for the delay. There's a little bit of a delay between getting myself off of mute. So Emerson, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Dustin and Julia, for your presentations. A lot of information there. And I actually had a bunch of questions during the presentation, but I've kind of narrowed it down to 2 questions. So one was on the discussion about discards, and in order to compare all the different options, I think it was said that you did a regression analysis on discards, and that regression analysis resulted in a fairly linear relationship between landings and discards. And so my question for that is, the first part is, does that include both commercial and recreational discards in that regression analysis?
Yes, both were done individually, those analyses. Like individually in terms of each sector was analyzed with its own landings and its own discards.
Right. Okay, so then if it's a linear relationship, then for something like sea bass, where there's very high discards in the recreational fishery, what we've heard in the past is a lot of discussion about, well, if we could catch more fish, then we could turn, and we hear this on the commercial side as well, we could turn discards into landings. But if that relationship is linear, then if there's an increase in recreational landings, that's just going to increase recreational discards. Is that right? And then I have another question.
I would feel very uncomfortable extrapolating a correlation analysis that's imperfect, although some statistical support for that linear assumption. But I would be very uncomfortable extrapolating that and starting to make projections about trends and discards moving forward in the future, because you've got to also think about the effects of different management measures. What happens if you reduce the minimum size? Are there going to be regular or less regulatory discards? So yeah, I don't think I'd want to speculate. And the analysis was definitely not perfect. It was just used as a ballpark analysis to kind of compare these apples to oranges catch and landing space allocations.
Looking forward, if
Emerson,
measures
did you want
remain
to follow up on
the
that, Emerson?
same. Yeah, am I muted?
No, you're fine. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was talking. So I said then we can use that then as a ballpark general estimate moving forward, just as we did looking backwards. And then my other question is on the summer flounder options, all the options other than 1A4, which is status quo, and 1A5, other than those two, all the other options will drop the commercial quota below the trigger, right? It's going to drop in terms of your projections. And I know there's a lot of assumptions made on projecting what the quotas were in the public hearing document. But other than those two, everything else is going to drop the summer flounder quota below the 9.55 million pound trigger, which is going to have kind of a double whammy effect on those states, New York into the north. The lose quota, if we transfer quota, then they'll lose additional quota because of the trigger we have in the commercial allocation of summer flounder. So on the staff recommendation, which was a variation of 1A5, what is the projected summer flounder quota under that variation of 1A5? Is that also going to drop the quota below the 9.55 trigger, or will it, is the estimate, but would the
Yeah,
assessment keep it above that trigger, and by how much?
yeah. So before you answer the question, Dustin or Julia, I'm going to ask Tom. Tom Foti, your phone. I'm getting some feedback from your line. If you can mute yourself, there's just some feedback behind the scenes there.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. No worries. It happens. But yeah, I'll turn to staff to see if they can help answer your question, Emerson.
This is Kylie. I can speak to this one. So the example limits, this is again based on for the staff recommended alternative. This is based on the 2020 ABC, and the example commercial quota under that new alternative is 11.21 million pounds, which is very similar to the 2020 limit, which makes sense when you think about, how close this would be in reality to the status quo, and looking at the 2020 ABC. It's very close. However, again, these are examples using that assumed ABC and assumed discard projections, and future limits would vary based on both of those things.
All right, thanks, Kylie.
Yeah, thank you.
Emerson, did you have any follow-up?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm going to go next to Eric Reed. Eric, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have two questions, and I'm happy to wait for the answer to my second question if it's going to take some time. But my first question is, at what point will socioeconomic analysis be further developed, especially for the commercial sector on these options? That's my first question. And my second question is about something that was mentioned at least one council meeting. It was in Durham, and then the other one was at the FMET meeting just 10 days ago. How does the ruling in Gindian versus Pritzker affect the basis for this action in general?
All right, thanks for those questions, Eric. I don't have the answers for you, so I'm going to open up the mic to staff that can help answer them for you.
I guess I'll take that one. So in terms of socioeconomic analysis, when we develop the EA, we'll have to do a little bit more analysis for that in terms of just things that we typically do for EAs in terms of like number of vessels impacted. But I don't know that we're planning to do a lot more beyond what's already put forward in the public hearing document in terms of economic analysis. And we're not planning to do anything beyond but what just goes into the EA, which is not something that we like bring before the council, but it's available, for review outside of council meetings. And then in terms of the that red snapper court case, it might be better for someone from Garfo to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. I don't know if somebody from Garfo or from the service wants to speak to the court case. Maybe John or Mike.
Mike, this is John. I'd be happy to briefly touch on.
Yeah, please do, John. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think in the past, Mr. Reed himself has brought that case to the council's attention. And basically, I've discussed it at least one council meeting. That case, the facts there are similar to the facts that we're dealing with here, where MRIP methodology changed the understanding of the stock size, and it was largely due to higher recreational catch than had been originally thought, due to the new methodology that MRIP was using. And then when that was incorporated into stock assessments, the stock was larger than had been thought. And that's true to some extent with the species that we're talking about here. What happened in that case was the council there basically took the increase in stock size and gave it all to the rec sector. And the reviewing court said that that was not appropriate, where the commercial sector didn't have the ability to go over its limit. There it's an IFQ fishery. And basically the court found that it didn't satisfy a national standard for the fairness requirement, where you had one sector that was unable to increase its portion of the allocation, whereas the rec sector was being increased because of their overages that were discovered after the fact. So
Did we lose John?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, it sounded like he just cut off right in the middle of the sentence. I can
left.
still hear you guys, but yeah, he definitely got cut off.
He left us.
Okay. Well, let's do this.
I can wait for an answer. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll make sure you get an answer, Eric. Yeah, it's a shame he got cut off. Why don't we do this? Let's go to Peter Defer next, and then we'll come back to John if he can get reconnected. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a clarification question about the regards to rec reform, because one of the options is to delay final action on this pending further work on the rec reform, so that we have a better idea about how the two efforts will coordinate, which makes sense to me, and I understand that entirely. But the question is, we don't have much information on what we currently see about what we intend to have in the rec reform issue. And I say that because I want to make sure that we've got all four components in the actions that we're taking, all four components of how we quantify what we take out of the stock. So the landings, the discards for rec, the landings, the discards for commercial. So we have 4 different components. As the maker of the original motion in October of 2019, that was the intent that, and the seconder of that motion is no longer on the council. So that was the intent, that we would be able to account for all 4 of those. So I want to make sure that what we've got coming out of the rec reform will include work on both catch and discard and management and AMs as well, accountability measures. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I appreciate that comment.
Thanks.
I think, in my opinion, I think the rec reform is an element that, in working in parallel with the sector allocation amendment, we're just not quite sure what it's going to mean yet. But I saw that staff were pulling up some slides, so maybe I'll turn to Julia to see if she can add or at least help maybe answer questions for you, Peter.
Okay,
Julia?
good. That'd be great. I was thinking about this because the table is just the beginning, and it's a bare outline of what it is, and I want to make
Of
sure
course.
that we've got AMs
Yeah, and
between the 2.
well, and it's important to think about, because we just really initiated this action. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while, but we just really initiated it with staff
Yeah,
to start moving down the path. So
yeah.
it's going to need some, it's not going to may need, it's going to need some time to develop. And so it's, we have to figure out what comes first, what comes second, and
Perhaps
so
Ms.
maybe
Julia
I'll turn,
yeah,
maybe I'll turn to Julia to see if she can help answer your question.
it'd be great.
Sure. So this slide shows the topics that are part of rec reform, and there's a lot of different topics. So, the council and board have prioritized these topics. So we know that this is what rec reform means. It's just the details of how you do any of these topics haven't been filled out yet. So there's a lot in here that deals with how to better use the MRIP data. So things like identifying and smoothing outlier MRIP estimates, how to use preliminary current year data or not, guidelines about how you use the data to change measures or not. So it's a lot about using how you use the data, and there's not that much about actually changing the data. So you can see in that amendment column, recreational catch accounting is something that is under consideration, and so that could include things like private angler reporting or changing what's reported through VTRs, for example. But the 2 things in that amendment category, the council and board have talked about those, those are much longer term priorities, and that there would be more of an immediate focus on these other items, and especially the harvest control rule, which is, I can explain the details of that a little bit more if it's desired, but that's the idea that there's predetermined management measure steps, and you pick the step that you're in a future year based mostly on stock status, more so than a comparison of harvest to the RHL. And there's not, I know accountability measures is something that has come up several times in discussion. There's nothing in rec reform that considers bringing back in-season closures for the recreational fishery or necessarily making big changes to when the recreational fishery has to pay back overages. But some of these topics on the screen here might require some changes to the AMs to make them work. But there's not a lot in here that's really specific to AMs in terms of AM as the focused or discards as the focused. And the focus is more about how do you best use the MRIP data and account for uncertainty in the MRIP data and provide more stability in the management measures. And I mean, other staff can add in other things that they think is important if I missed anything, and happy to answer any more specific questions about what any of these topics mean.
Yeah, thanks, Julia.
Thank
Peter,
you.
did you have anything else you wanted to ask, or was
No,
that
that's good.
answer sufficient?
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go next to Tony Delernia. Tony, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say out loud a couple of things that I heard I understood and make sure that I'm not misunderstanding them. First thing I think I heard here say was that it is highly unlikely that we would be able, if we pass this amendment, we'd be able to get measures in place for 22. But I think I heard if we were able to, if we delay taking final action until, say, our joint meeting in December, there would still be enough time for the agency to get things in place for 2023. Am I correct in understanding that that's what I heard there, or because I want to go back
Yeah,
to this timing question there? Are we good with
yeah. I
that,
mean,
Mike?
I think the timing is important on this decision today, and I think from what I heard from Mike, from discussions I've had with leadership with NOAA and with council leadership, it's Mike said, basically they would have to reprioritize. They'd have to pull staff off. I'm not going to speak for Mike, but
It's, it's,
from what I heard is they would have to really prioritize this as an action. If we did a final, if we took final action today, they're really going to have to work hard. The council staff and the back and forth between Garfo and the council staff to get a submission done they'd have to reprioritize some of their staffing.
so it would
And
actually,
and Mike basically said it could happen, but the probability it's not a high probability that it's going to get done in time. And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I heard from your comments earlier. So we have to keep that under consideration for what it is we're thinking about as far as getting something, taking action today as to whether or not 2022 or 2023 is what the board and the council want to focus on.
all right.
So,
If I may continue then. So
yeah, go ahead, Tony.
So it seems to me that actually there'd be less stress on the entire system, our staff and the agency staff and everything, if we did not make a decision today, but if we delayed our decision until later in the year, either the August or the December meeting, and that would smooth things out that way. It would also be consistent with if we didn't take action today, and I'm not going to make any motions now, but I just want to lay this out. If we didn't take any action today, it would be consistent with what we've heard many people ask, which was to be, for the time being, say, status quo. So I would think that if we did not take action today, the commercial quotas would remain in effect for 2022. And perhaps also the recreational measures would remain in effect for 2022, because quite frankly, I still don't think due to COVID, we're going to be able to have enough information to be able to justify making any changes to the recreational management measures in 2022. So if I misinterpreted that, if I heard that differently, I'd like somebody to correct me at this time. But if I'm correct in that thinking and from what I've been hearing, then I think that perhaps later on when we come back, I may want to make some motions regarding the timing of where we go with this amendment. All right, thanks, Mike. Unless there's somebody wants to start thinking, then please jump in there. But that's what I'm hearing.
I appreciate your thought, Tony. I think what you've heard and what your recapture of what you've heard is accurate. So that's where I am at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Next, I'm going to go to Dan Farnham. Dan?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Good.
Yep, I have a question for Julia, if I may, or Dustin, either one. But I had a nice email and conversation with Julia yesterday on the black sea bass, the staff recommendation for the black sea bass quota. I'm looking at the estimated example of 4.12 million pounds of black sea bass for the commercial sector, which matches the high that was the historical high for black sea bass quota in 2017 for the commercial sector. Now, I know that there was a 59% increase in quota for both sectors due to the MRIP recalibration. But Julia, can you share with everybody here what's the percentage that's left of that bump up in quota after if staff recommendation for black sea bass is voted on today?
Yes, I can answer that. If going from 2019 into 2020, both the quota and the RHL increased by 59%. And the example quota under the staff recommendation is 4.12 million pounds. So if that's what you would be looking at for the change from compared to 2019, that would be like getting a 17% increase instead of a 59% increase.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks, Dan. Appreciate your question. I have a number of hands up right now, so I'm just going to go through the list. If somebody, well, I'll start with David Borden, but if somebody wants to address this issue directly, I see Mike Pentney's hand up too. Mike, did you want to discuss that direct question, or can you wait to make comment?
Well, I was actually wanted to respond to something that Mr. Delernia said.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead? I'm sorry, David. I'll come back to you. Let's let Mike speak to something that's already been discussed, and then I'll come back to you, David. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So when Tony Delernia was making his statements, most of which I agree with in terms of the potential benefits to be had from a delay in taking final action today. I think he suggested that we would not have information in December to make decisions about what the management measures ought to be in 2022. I think the people sitting around the table today, so to speak, are in a better position than me to know this for sure. But it's my understanding that, given that wave 3 starts in a few weeks here, that all of the state angler intercept surveys will be up and running at close to full capacity through the summer and fall. So I would expect, if that's in fact true, if my assumption is true, that we will have the normal data and information available to us in December in order to review the performance of the fishery in 2021 for comparison with 2022.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Let me look and see who I have here. I've got a number of hands. Phil Simon, I'm going to come to you, but I'm going to stay with the board and the council at this point. David Borden, you're up next. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
so I was actually going to ask the same question that Dan asked, but if you need a motion before lunch, I'm happy to make one. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I am conferring. I'm working with my co-chair right now to figure out kind of how our plans are going to be for the timing before lunch. So stay tuned, and we'll come up with a plan. But I appreciate it. David, let me ask you, what is your motion in A, B, or C? It's just so I can get a sense as to what you're thinking.
A.
Okay. Okay, let me go next to Dewey Hemmelwright. And then I have John Almeida. I don't know if you wanted to address something that was said. Your hand's still up. I have Dewey, John, Rick Bellavance, and Mike Pentney still. But if you guys have already addressed your what you want to say, then if you can put your hands down. But I'm going to go to Dewey next. Go ahead, Dewey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could y'all put back up the slide of Recreational Reform Initiative? Does this Recreational Reform Initiative, it's my understanding that looking at this and hearing the comments, does nothing to address the discards, meaning how to reduce discards, increase catch, and or gear modifications. Is that correct?
You want me to answer that, Mr. Chair?
Please do. Yeah, don't wait for me to answer questions, directed to the details of the amendment. But yeah, go ahead, Julia or Dustin, whoever wants to jump in.
I'll start, and I would say that there's nothing in rep reform that's like specifically aimed at discards. Like there's nothing that like this is just for discards or trying to deal with discards. Gear modifications is definitely not in here, but some of the other things that if it could result in a change in management measures in a certain way, then that could impact discards kind of indirectly. So if there's improvements, I think there's some things in here that could be thought of as improvements to how we manage the fisheries that might change discards or patterns in discards, but they're not aimed at discards as like the specific and only goal. That would be more of like a part of the what's considered or kind of like an indirect impact of some of these things, depending on how it works out.
So basically, it's just kind of a broad sense when I'm reading this thing, and how would it also change, or would it, the fact that 80 to 90% of fish cult have to be discarded for minimal size? Would that go with stability and rec measures, the bag seasons and size, something like that? Because I just looking at this initiative, and I don't. To me, this initiative is not getting where I thought that we needed to go. But I'll. It looks like a kind of a broad kick the can down the road type of thing without addressing how to actually do something. Thank you.
Yeah, Dewey and Julia, you certainly can offer your thoughts, but I think stability, Dewey, is more about establishing kind of more longer term management rec measures than anything. I mean, kind of setting up something between. So right now, every year we have to reconsider rec measures based on the catch. And I think in the recreational community, there's an interest in establishing more longer term management between assessments. And that's how I see stability. The flexibility part of it, might come with, I'm not going to go through each one of these with you, but to your question about stability, I think the recreational community wants to see they would like to know for the next 3 years or 2 years, let's say, what their measures are going to be so they can manage around it, instead of the year-to-year approach of making adjustments. And so, to your question about bag size and season, that's kind of how I see it. Julie, I don't know if you want to, or Dustin, you want to add anything to that?
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally understand this stability, flexibility, and accessibility. I just don't think we're getting down to some of the root issues here. And I understand the general overview of wanting to know your seasons. But on the other hand of that is, how do you reduce your discards? How do you reduce the 8 or 9 to 1 fish you catch that you have to throw back? So that's, I guess, recreational reform initiative is not that encompassing of what I thought it to be. So I'm very clear on what's here, how it's done, laying out the seasons. I just don't think it gets nowhere near to an issue that has laid out, that was particularly laid out in some of the management evaluation and things that need to be done, but we can continue along, but it just is not getting at a root of an issue that I think is important for the recreational industry itself to address. This is their industry and how to stay within that and how to reduce that discards. Thank you.
Understood. And I think, I think that that's something that we could, as this develops, we could work to, incorporate. I don't know, Julia or does anyone else from staff have any comments they want to make at this point on this topic? Okay, not hearing anyone. I'm going to go ahead to the next hand on the list. Let's see who I've got here. John Almeida, I've got your hand up. Did you have a comment?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to finish up. I got cut off earlier and I apologize. I think I covered most of the ground I wanted to cover. Just the conclusion that I would want to offer the council and the commission is that, to the extent alternatives look like what happened in that case where, based on past, what the new MRIP numbers are telling us, let's give all the fish that the rec side caught to the rec sector. That's basically what that council did. And to the extent that that's the rationale that we're using for decisions, or that's the basis for decisions, I'm going to have a hard time seeing much space between that case, which found against the agency on National Standard 4, and an alternative like that in this context. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, John, sorry we lost you earlier, but I appreciate you following up with that conclusion. That's good information. Let's see who we have next. Rick Bellavance, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question regarding the recreational reform initiative. And I'm just wondering if, I don't know a lot about it, and it seems like we're going to be trying to make a decision today at some point where we decide what path to go down, whether we pursue recreational reform or move ahead with an allocation decision. And it would be helpful for me to know if there's anything in recreational reform that might work to modify or change the MREP information that we're using, and if so, would that potentially create new alternatives for an allocation as we look to maybe delay that decision? Yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. I'd just be curious to see if there's anything in recreational reform that might change our idea of what recreational fishermen catch.
Yeah, I think there's some unknowns about what recreational reform can actually be, but I'll turn to staff to see if they have any thoughts.
I'll take a first stab at that one. I think that is their straightforward answer is no, that the rec reform is not going to change the MRIP data. Like I said, that bullet under amendment for recreational catch accounting that could consider things like, again, that's like not really well defined, but some ideas that have been suggested for that are consider things like private angler reporting, or using tags for your fish, or requiring tournaments to report, or changing what's reported on VTRs. But those have just been suggestions, and it hasn't been determined what specifically will be considered. Again, that's a longer term priority. But even still, if any of those things get pursued, the intent is not to use any of those to replace the MRIP data, but instead to have it be a supplement to the MRIP data. So my understanding is that everything in rec reform would, still be using the MRIP data, not changing the MRIP data, but just thinking about how to use the MRIP data more appropriately for things like, considering the uncertainty and variability in the data, but not changing the data itself.
Great, thanks. Just to make sure I'm clear, so the alternatives that are before us today for allocation, aren't necessarily going to change, right? Whether it's we make a decision today or in December, that's pretty much going to be the document. And then the hope is whatever recreational reform can bear would maybe influence those decisions later on. Right? Am I good with that? Am I following that right?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that. I mean, I think so. The way that I see it is that the allocation amendment it was initiated to make adjustments, and the rec reform initiative looks at things a little bit differently from how we've looked at things before. So if there's an interest in postponing this decision until later, we don't know what the recreational reform initiative is going to show us, but we might be able to incorporate a combination of rec reform and allocation shifts as a mechanism for adjustment. And you know, that's kind of where I am. I think it's important that we continue down the path. I mean, the policy board, the council and Adams board, recreation, summer flounder, scup, black sea bass have all very interested in pursuing this rec reform initiative, but we just don't know where it is yet, Rick. But you know, work groups are being formed and things are getting worked on. It could provide some guidance to us. And you know, based on the timing of what we heard from Mike Pentney, I'm not sure that a decision right now is absolutely necessary, although it might, you know, if that's what the board and the council want to do, that's fine. But I think based on the timing, we have a little bit of time to work out some other things. Mike Pentney has his hand up, so I'm going to go to Mike, and hopefully I didn't misspeak there, Mike, but go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to address one, you know, the conversation seems to be looking at today as sort of an either or. Either we take final action on the allocation amendment today, or we postpone till you know, December or February of 2022 to make a final decision. I know there has been some discussion, you know, by people around the table or thinking about whether we could take final action today, but acknowledge that implementation wouldn't be until 2023, and then use that opportunity to focus after today on rec reform, with the intention that, you know, my staff, the agency, would not make a decision on the allocation amendment until sometime in 2022. The idea there being the council takes final action, council and board take final action today, the board sets the implementation date for 2023, and the council, you know, effectively doesn't submit the document to us for some period of time to allow everybody to focus on rec reform. You know, without weighing in on whether I think that's a better approach than one of the others, I do want people to be thinking about that as an option, because it could provide a path forward that, you know, is a compromise between the two sort of schools of thought around the table, that we either take final action today or we delay.
Okay, Mike, thanks for that. You know, one of the things that you know, it's a little challenging in my mind is I see the allocation amendment as being an adjustment, and maybe that adjustment would be different after rec reform is more thoroughly vetted and discussed. So I'm struggling a little bit with kind of where I stand on this. But I do. So here's the plan. I know we've gone over by half an hour on our agenda. I want to wrap things up by 12:45 at the latest, and then we'll come back and take up motions after lunch. I know people are starting to get grumpy, and not that you sound grumpy, but I think everyone needs to go get a little something to eat and take a break for a minute, and we'll do that. So let me see who I have left. I want to go to the public, but I also want to take up Rick. Well, Rick, I don't know if your hand is still up. Did you have a follow-up? Okay, your hand just went down. Let's go to, and there, I will provide some opportunity for the public to weigh in. I'm going to start with Tony Kearns, and then I'll go to Joe Semino, and then we have Phil Simon, Mike Wayne, and Megan. And then after that, we'll shut things down for a little bit, and then I'll take up motions after lunch. Go ahead, Tony.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just, to Rick's point about MRIP data, and I concur with Julia that we don't plan on changing MRIP data, but I do think that the group is looking at how we use that MRIP data and how we hold the fishery accountable to the RHL and trying to explore options to manage the fishery better.
Great point. I mean, I think that's what, yeah, that's the interest. It's not changing MRIP. It's using how we use it for accountability could be, an important element in this initiative. So thanks, Tony, for that, clarifying that. Next, I'm going to go to Joe Semino. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's a follow-up to that, really, what Tony said and Rick's question. As I looked at the two documents, the rec reform and this, it reminded me that with sea bass, there was enough concern for a couple of the estimates in 2016 and 2017 for black sea bass that the technical committee felt that they were outliers and took a procedure to smooth those. I think it would be within the bounds of seeing new tables where, those outliers were removed from the rec commercial reallocation. So I think there are some possibilities to what Rick was asking in as far as new tables. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, Joe, I appreciate that comment. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to questions to the audience. I've got 4 hands up. If you guys, if everyone can keep it, I want to focus on questions at this point. I'm going to start with Phil Simon. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, actually, I did have some comment, but I wanted to just to reiterate the thing that Tom Bodie brought up earlier, and that is the focus on the numbers of responses and how that might influence decisions going forward, because the numbers really are only 2 numbers. There are only 2 people in the room. There's the recreational sector and the commercial sector. And then the numbers simply speaks to the get out the vote effort that went into this. And I think the recreational community has a little bit more trouble doing that and also getting the information across to the members. So I just wanted to reiterate that that the first session that you had this morning that dealt with the summer flounder discard issues showed that if you do handle the communication to the recreational sector in the right way, you can get a lot of response. And we need to take a lesson from that and going forward for future meetings. The other comment I had was actually, I thank Mike Pentney, because I was going to say exactly what he did, and that is that I don't see going with the amendment or going with the recreational reform initiative as being 2 different things, although I certainly understand the issue of the staff and how much they have to do. But I would really encourage you to take the route of at least taking an action today that shows that you're going to take this up and do it now. Have it on the agenda as opposed to pushing it down the road. I think it's really important that you show that this is something that's going to be taken up seriously. So that's the comment I have. I guess I'm sorry I didn't have more questions.
I appreciate that, Phil. Thank you for your comment. Okay, we have a couple minutes before we're going to break. I have Mike Wayne, Megan Lapp, and Jim Fletcher. So I'm going to start with Mike, and then we'll go to Megan and Jim. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne from the American Sport Fishing Association. I have a question on staff recommendation for summer flounder. for the allocation option. So, the recreational fishing community spent a lot of time thinking through the difference between catch and landings-based allocation and the implications of all that. And as staff has reiterated to the board and the council today, that's a serious consideration. There's a lot of information in the document that tries to wade through the pros and the cons of both approaches. And so I just found myself kind of a little bit confused on the summer flounder staff recommendation that, like, to me, it looks like it's essentially that the landings data was used to calculate those allocation percentages, but then staff just took those percentages and translated those into a catch-based option, not basing that on catch data, and put that forward as a recommendation. So I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly, because to me, that really kind of essentially diverges from this huge question that was being asked in the amendment about whether we should be using catch or landing space data for these allocations.
All right, thanks for your question, Mike. I'll turn to Julia or Dustin on that one.
I'll take a stab at that, and then if Kylie wants to elaborate more on this, she can, since she's the summer flounder lead. But you're right, it takes percentages that are based on landings data and applies them to catch, which doesn't necessarily at face value seem that logical. But again, part of the rationale is that there's not catch data for those years. And then also, I think part of the reason why council staff felt a little more comfortable with it is that the percentages actually do line up pretty well for the breakdown of how the ACLs have actually worked in recent years, so that it wouldn't necessarily be a huge shift from the way that the proportions of the ACLs in recent years. I think that council staff felt a little bit more comfortable with it for that reason. And I'll let Kylie elaborate on that if she thinks there's anything else that needs to be added.
This is Kylie. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
So yeah, what Julia said is correct. We did think about this quite a bit and kind of focused on the justification of taking the original base years when the fisheries were relatively unconstrained and updating them with the new data. But unfortunately, we don't have discard data for that time frame. I think that discards were understood to be relatively low for summer flounder during that time frame because there were not very many measures in place. The FMP was not in place yet at that time, but we were focused on the justification of updating the base years with new information. And as Julia mentioned, it's similar to what has been in place in practice with the ACLs in recent years.
All right, thanks, Kylie. Thanks, Julia. I appreciate your answers to that question. I'm going to go to Megan and then Jim, and then we're going to take a break. So go ahead, Megan, you're up.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is Megan Lapp from Fisheries. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
All righty. So my question is, considering Julia's overview of rec reform, which at the beginning actually used accountability as a goal, but that goal was subsequently removed. And the discussion that Peter had with staff earlier, that there's nothing in rec reform about AMs, in-season closures, or accountability. Does the council intend to allow the rec sector to continue to exceed their RHL and potentially overall ABC in black sea bass under a reallocation scenario that could be chosen today? Thanks.
Well, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure there's a solid answer at this point, but that's something to just keep in the back of our minds, I think. as we make decisions this afternoon. But thank you for that, Megan. I appreciate that. Jim, you're up, and then we're gonna wind up after you.
My question is, how many, a number for the number of recreational fishermen we're talking about in the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Council area? A specific number. And I know the answer to that is that you do not have a number, but I would like to point out that the Mangerson Act of 2006, Public Law 109-479, establishes a recreational fisheries registration program, which became effective January 2007. My question is, why hasn't the Council and National Marine Fisheries complied with the law? If we had a number for the recreational fishermen, then we would have a list, and MREPs would not be what it is today. So my question is back the number and why we haven't complied with Mangerson. Thank you for your time.
All right, Jim, thanks for your question and comment. At this time, I don't see any other hands up. And so what I'd like to do is go ahead and take a lunch break. It is a little after, well, it's 10 till 1. Why don't we break until 1:30? Give everybody about 40 minutes to take a little break. And what I'd like to do when we get back is I am going to ask, based on the staff recommendation, if anyone would like to make that as in the form of a motion, based on what we have in front of us on the screen. So we have 3 actions that we can consider today. And so we'll start there. And I know that David Borden, David, you said that you had a motion that you'd like to make as far as in the form of a postponement. But I would like to ask, like I always do, whether or not the staff recommendation is something that members of the board and the council want to support. And so give that some thought. Maybe caucus if you can over lunch, and we will come back at 1:30, and I'll look forward to talking with you then. So we're on break. We're on recess until 1:30. Thank you. So are we ready to start? Are you guys okay? Everyone back and everyone's okay to start?
Dustin is here. I heard Julia earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So welcome back, everybody, from lunch. I mentioned, I'm sorry, it took me a few minutes to get connected. Just having a little technical difficulties, but it's just part of what we have to deal with at this point. I made the point earlier before we broke for lunch that I would entertain motions at this time. We had an opportunity prior to lunch for questions and answers regarding the presentation and the alternatives for final action. So at this time, I would like to entertain motions so that we can focus the discussion. David Borden has suggested that he has a motion that he'd like to offer, but before I go to David, there was a staff recommendation, and staff have put together a handful of different potential motions. And so what I'd like to say to the board and to the council is if there's any interest in a staff recommendation or another form of alternative selection for final action, I would entertain that now prior to going forward with David, who I believe he said he had a motion to postpone. So let me see if there's any hands for that. Tony Delernia, I see your hand up. Go ahead, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff recommendations, can I see that on the screen again, please, instead of the motion screen? We switch to that. Okay, so the staff and the decision points, staff memo suggests postponing final action to a time certain. And my motion will be to do something similar to that, to be picking up on the staff memo here. I'd like to point out before I make my motion, though, that I was around when we first did the FMPs for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass, as were some of the folks in on this webinar right now, both staff members and members of the commission or council. And they'll remember that it took us years to do the FMPs for each of these species, and we did them one at a time. We did summer flounder, scup, black sea bass as individual FMPs. And it was probably over about 6 or 7 years, a period of 6 or 7 years, we wrote the FMPs for these 3 species. And we did that with active public participation in person and with a lot of discussion. Now, today, we're being asked to make a decision on all 3 species, major revisions to the plans on all 3 species inside of 18 months. Although there has been public participation via the webinar, there's been no one in the room to really interact with. And I think that personal interactions are a very important part of this decision-making process. And so I would like to, I don't want to make a decision today. I don't think it's the time to make a decision today. So if we could switch to the motion page, if staff wants to switch to the motion page, here we go. I would move that we delay taking final action until the December 2021 Joint Council Commission meeting. Now, and just to add to that motion, the reason I think that's going to force us to have the recreational reform done by then, because while it's not contained in the motion, perhaps someone may want to amend my motion to include that. I think we have to have the recreational reform also done in order to understand exactly how this action will affect both the commercial and the recreational communities. And so that's my motion at this point. Hopefully I'll get a second from the council, and I suspect Mr. Borden will be making something similar on behalf of the board.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I heard a second from someone. Peter, very good.
Yeah,
Thank
was
you.
that Peter Defer? Was that Peter?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I'll mute myself now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Before we go any further, I would like to ask you, Tony, I think we should be clear in this that the December 2021 decision would have an implementation of 2023, so that it's not misleading that a decision in 2021 is going to translate into a 2022 allocation change.
I understand that, and I'm very good with that. And if you'll permit me to add to my motion, I would say, I'll say after the comma there where it says the word meeting, with an understanding of a 2023 implementation date.
Okay.
Thank you.
And maybe a January 2023 implementation date would be a little more clear.
Very acceptable to me. So
I mean, these are simple things, but I think it just makes it more clear. So
good with that.
Okay, Tony. Well, I thought we would take up a different motion, but this is your motion, and you have a second by Peter Defer. I'm going to look. I see there's a bunch of hands on the screen right now. I see Mike Pentney. Mike, your hand. Did you want to? And I have David Borden. David, you had mentioned earlier that you wanted to make this on behalf of the board. Do you still want to do that?
please.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, David?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on behalf of the board by David Borden. Mike Pentney, are you seconding the motion?
No, not at all. I had a
No.
comment though.
Okay. Jim Gilmore, you're on as a member of the board, are you seconding the motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have a formal motion now for debate. Let's discuss the motion. I'm going to start with Mike Pentney. I have Peter defer, and then actually, before we get to that, why don't Tony provided his thoughts. Let me ask David Borden if he wants to also offer some rationale for the motion on behalf of the board.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to make a very similar motion to that, and for the reason that although I support moving forward with this whole discussion, I think it's more important to focus the time and attention of the commission and the board on rec reform. As Mr. Pentney indicated, we can't do everything. We're going to have to prioritize some of these issues, and I think that should be our priority. And so that's a basis for the motion from the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, David. Let me go to Peter defer. Did you have anything you wanted to offer? And then I'll come to you, Jim.
Well, I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Tony, for making the motion on behalf of the council. And I just wanted to add that in looking back at the record and looking back at the Robert's rules, that in answer to a question that I think has come up in the last week amongst council members, should some unforeseen event occur, we might have to postpone again, just like we've had to postpone a lot of things that we thought were going to happen in 2020 because we had a pandemic. So the January 23 and December 21 are intense, but somebody had asked about whether or not such things can be moved, and I said, oh yeah, when there are completely unforeseen circumstances. And I do hope that we can find a way between rec reform and what we're doing here to have some sort of accountability and some sort of actual accounting for recreational activity in all three of these fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And the way that I understand this, and maybe John Almeida or Bob Beal or somebody can help me, or maybe Adam with my understanding of how a postponed decision works, is that because there's a date certain, this entire issue will come back before the council and the board at our next joint meeting. And if it is further delayed, then it's further delayed, but it sets a time for when it can be reconsidered. So that's how I understand it moving forward. Jim Gilmore, did you have anything you wanted to offer as a seconder for the board?
Not a great deal. I agree both with Tony, Peter, and David on their comments. The only thing I would add, this is a very complicated issue and actually a sort of a historic issue in terms of what we're doing. And I think we need, time to do this properly and time to really consider what the results of this are going to be. And hopefully that fact we get to the December meeting, we'll be able to do this in person, which I think is important because we need to have some better discussion than we're doing. We're struggling with an internet-based system, whatever. And hopefully by the time we get to December, we'll be able to do that in person. And again, based upon what Mike Pentney said, it looks like regardless of if we do it today or if we do it in December, we're really not going to have this in effect till 2023. So it doesn't affect the long-term schedule. So that's why I support the motion. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And I'll just, for the record, I just, not that I'm not correcting your comment, but everything has been done correctly to this point. And we may not have new information in December to make our decision any different from what it would be today. But I think with the rec reform initiative, there have been a lot of moving parts around these species with commercial allocations and this sector allocation amendment and the rec reform initiative. And I think that we might be better informed after allowing for some of this rec reform to develop. But I want to make sure that it's clear that we haven't deviated from the plan. And even though we're doing these things virtually, staff have done an amazing job to put together all the information and all the documentation for us to make a decision. But if the board and the council decide today not to make that decision, that's okay. I just want to make sure that it's not a staff issue in process, but it's a policy decision not to make the decision today. So I'll stop there and see. I've got a number of hands up. I'm going to go first to Mike Pentney. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I initially put my hand up because I was confused because it seemed like you were asking if someone was willing to make a motion to look at the staff recommendation, and we jumped right to a motion to delay. So I was just wanting to know if that was okay procedurally. But to the point of the motion that's now on the board, I think I would certainly feel much more comfortable with this motion, and possibly some members of the public would as well, if it explicitly made a commitment that the postponement was in order to focus on rec reform between now and the end of 2021.
Yeah, Mike, I put it out there before we broke for lunch, and I asked the question, and then Tony made the motion. So I could have paused, I guess. In hindsight, maybe I should have, to see if anybody wanted to make the staff recommendation. But we do have this motion before us, and I think your comments are on point. I don't know if, I think we're at the point, we haven't really debated this yet. We've only had a couple comments by the makers. We could probably do a modification to, if Tony and David and Peter and Jim agree, we could probably add a statement in here on rec reform. I don't know. What do you think, Tony and David?
Yeah, well, Mike is Tony.
Yeah.
In my rationale for presenting the motion, I thought I said that it was my understanding that rec reform will be done by then. But if regional administrator would like that to be contained in the motion, I'm very happy to do that. That was my intent.
Yeah,
to have the rec reform done by
then. I don't think rec reform is going to be done by then, but it could be part of what we're working on. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is Emerson. My thoughts were similar. My hand has been up
to amend the list, Emerson.
To amend the motion. So I don't know if you want to do that now or not, but I was going to amend it with some language about rec reform, but I'll pause.
Well, I think we can do it. Do you want to offer your thoughts, and then maybe we can just do it as a friendly amendment at this point, since it hasn't been, all that debated at this point?
Speaking to me or to Emerson?
I was talking to Emerson. Emerson, do you want us to just give us your thoughts as to how this could be amended?
Mike, this is Penny. I've got a friendly amendment I could offer along those lines.
Okay. Yeah, Emerson does. I don't know where I see a whole bunch of names on the bottom
Probably
of my screen.
thinking similarly. I was going to add in some language that said between now and December 2021, significant progress will be made on recreational reform, including initiating an amendment for those items that need an amendment. I don't think that we can expect to have an amendment finished by December, but we can at least initiate one. And those other items can be addressed. The other two groups can be addressed between now and then.
Yeah. So, I'll look for some guidance here from maybe from Chris or Bob. if Bob's on the call. That's a significant difference from just mentioning rec reform. It may need to be an amendment to the motion, but I'm just trying to figure out what the right thing to do here is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what Mr. Penny had to say regarding
Let's
a
go.
friendly amendment to my motion.
Yeah, let's hear Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, instead of adding something to the end, I was going to suggest prior to I move that it read, in order to prioritize work on recreational reform, comma, I move to postpone final action on this amendment.
I'm very happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman, if the seconders are also.
Thanks. And then just to Emerson's point about initiating an amendment, I believe the amendment has technically already been initiated. We just haven't prioritized work on developing that action.
Yeah. It really comes down to priority at this point. So I am more comfortable with Mike, with what you offered, than determining whether or not significant progress is made, because I think if we prioritize the rec reform initiative, our staff, the commission staff, they're going to make progress. But I don't want to set them up for some type of failure if what they come up with isn't something that we can work with. So let me ask. So Tony, you're good with this?
Yes,
Peter,
I am.
I heard you say you're fine. How about David?
Yes, I am good with this.
David and Jim, are you guys okay with the change that Mike suggested?
I am. This is David Borden. It's consistent. I point out with what Tony Delernier said when he made the motion and what I said when I offered the board motion.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
I
I concur also with the change.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Yeah, I do think that this language is more specific and something to debate. So I've got a number of hands on the screen right now. I'm going to go to Eric Reed and then Emerson. Well, I'll jump around a little bit, but Eric Reed, I have your hand up first. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. So I'm a little bit confused because the original motion made by Mr. Delernier, in his rationale, it was until rec reform is done. That's what he said. And then Mr. Hasbrook presented an amendment that has now been redlined and removed about the two items in rec reform that are going to require additional amendments. They're recreational sector separation and recreational catch accounting. And then Mr. Pentney's comment about, well, the amendment has already been initiated, confused me even more. So my question is that the two pieces that are going to require additional amendments, where are they in this timeline or in this motion? And I would be much more comfortable with Mr. Hasbrook's language being included in this, because I think that it's two separate additional actions beyond initiating the rec reform initiative. So if I could get some clarification on that, I would really appreciate it.
Eric, can you asked a question about 20 seconds ago. Can you just ask that question again? You cut off for a second on my end.
Okay. So my question is this: the rec reform initiative, which is now an amendment, from what I understand from Mr. Pentney, requires two additional amendments, Mike. One is for recreational sector separation and rec catch accounting. Now, in my mind, those are two separate amendments, and Mr. Hasbrook made a motion that included starting those actions. And in the motion that I'm looking at on the board, those are no longer included because, according to Mr. Pentney, they've already been initiated. Because his statement was we've already initiated amendment. So I need some clarification on the original amendment plus the two trailing amendments that are going to be needed in this action. and how this motion addresses those two additional motions, if that's what they are.
Yeah, I mean, I can turn to Mike or maybe even Chris. The way that I see it, Eric, is that the way that this motion is written, it prioritizes the rec reform initiative prior to the decision that might be necessary in December. And so the resources and staff and time will be going into developing what we just saw on the screen. I don't know if that's a good, maybe I can ask Mike. It's hard when I can't see anybody. I could ask Chris or Mike, or if somebody wants to speak up on it, just, please raise your hand, or just speak up if, from the service, or if Chris has anything he wants to say.
So just to jump in quickly, Mr. Chairman, this is Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah,
thanks.
we have initiated a rec reform amendment, as Mike said. So it's already been done. Julia can talk to the specifics if you want. Julia?
Sure. So I believe it was October of last year, the council and board initiated a framework and addendum and an amendment to do everything that's on the screen here. And since that time, staff have thought about moving some things from the framework and addendum to a technical guidance document, but everything on the screen here has already been initiated by the council and board through either a framework and addendum or an amendment. But when it was talked about, it was agreed that the things in the amendment bin would be a lower priority compared to the other things. And at the more recent council and board meetings, we got indication that the harvest control rule was something that you wanted to see as like the first priority, figure out if that's possible under the Magnuson Act and can that work. So that was the understanding that staff are operating with, is that right now the harvest control rule is the highest priority, and that the recreational sector separation and recreational catch accounting were longer term priorities. And we, based on how it had previously been discussed, we weren't planning on making much progress at all on those, on the amendment bin there until later this year, if at all this year. But yes, everything on the screen here has already been initiated through either a framework addendum or an amendment.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. Thanks for the question. Next, I have Adam Nowalski.
Great, thanks very much. Appreciate the discussion so far. I'm not sure at what point we would have the discussion with regards to before or after we vote on this motion, Mr. Chairman, but I do think it would be important to go down the road of what would take place between now and December. This motion so far explicitly talks about work on rec reform, so I think that part is very clear. I am aware of there having been some discussion from some other folks around the table about possibly consideration of other alternatives that are within the range of options in the document, but are not one of the options explicitly. The hope would be that that type of approach could be brought forward in some mechanism, whether it goes directly to staff and or the FMAT to make sure that all the I's and the T's are properly dotted and crossed, or whether there be some consideration for a committee approach. I know Mr. Delernia had been interested in a committee approach leading up to decision making. One of the challenges with the committee approach has been to make sure that the commission and the states that have great interest in these fisheries that are not actually part of the council itself, make sure that they have a level of input that would be adequate for consideration. I've had conversation in my role as board chair with commission leadership about how we might be able to achieve that. So again, whether we do it before this motion is voted on, or everybody knows that once the motion is voted on, we're going to have some discussion about what else might take place beyond rec reform. Maybe the answer is nothing else takes place, but I know there's interest in some other things taking place besides rec reform, and I think we need to be very clear before we leave here today, before or after we vote on this motion, what the mechanism for those discussions is going to be.
All right, thanks, Adam, for those comments. Does anyone from staff have any thoughts on Adam's comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris.
Hey, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so I think given what Adam just said, I think the choice would be after this motion. We certainly can talk about that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that, Chris. Let's see, I've got a number of hands here. I'm going to start with, go ahead. I'm just going to run down the list. So I'll start with Eric Reed. Go ahead, Eric.
No, I'll pass for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Rick Bellavance, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm probably on the minority side here, where I think we should take final action today on this allocation amendment. But I do appreciate all of the comments and the thoughts about how recreational reform could possibly be beneficial in the long run. So I get that, and that's okay. One thing that I still have in the back of my head is I'm completely unclear as to what's going to happen for 2022. And then if this gets delayed again, what happens in 2023? So how much latitude is there from the service to keep things going the way they are? And as a reminder, the way things are right now is pretty awful for the states to the north. But if that's where it has to be, I'd just be interested to understand better how we're going to be able to keep some sort of a recreational fishery going while all this work takes place. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Rick. Mike, I don't know if you have any comment to that. You want to address that at all, as far as what the possibilities are for the next year?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's impossible to know where we're going to be when we're meeting in December. We're going to, at that point, looking at what the available information is from 2021, from MRIP and other sources of information in terms of the performance of the recreational fishery this year. I can't predict what that's going to look like, but that's going to be important information to inform what decisions we have to make for 2022.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a challenge there, and Rick, I don't know if you did you have anything you wanted to follow up with? I see your hand still up.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess I understand that. So I mean, there's just a lot of risk here, no matter what path we take for the recreational fishery, and it's unfortunate, right? But
yeah, I mean, I guess there's just a lot of uncertainty, as to what's going to happen. I get it. I understand it the same way you do.
Hard to run a business for sure, and get a business model together. But I mean, I guess it makes sense to try to get some of these questions answered before we make a final decision. So, all right, thanks. Appreciate everybody's time.
Yeah, thanks,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, please, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to. I sort of cut myself off with that response. I think there's a little bit more to it in terms of, obviously, we're going to look at the information. But the collective we, council, board, agency, staff, everybody will be looking at the available information in December, as we always do. But I think one of the reasons behind prioritizing rec reform this year, at least in my view, is to try to reach conclusion on some of the things that Julia just presented on her chart. The first column were some things that the FMAT and staff can do through a tech memo. That changes how we interpret and utilize the MRIP data to make decisions about 2022 potentially. Also, a framework and an addendum. I think if we are truly prioritize this action, it's possible the council and the board could make really good progress between now and December on a framework or an addendum to address some of the bullets in that column. And if the council board are able to take final action or very close to final action by December on either the technical guidance documents and potentially the framework addendum, then that will also inform what we should be doing for rec measures in 2022. And so it's the complete package. It's the data that we have as well as the progress that we make on rec reform.
Thanks for that, and thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
It's just I guess I got a little concerned where the conversation was going with a desire to make sure this recreational reform initiative was completed before we looked at the allocations again. And it seems like I'm getting a different impression from the regional administrator, and that this is kind of one's feeding the other, and I think that is probably a better solution. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Rick. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mike, for your comments. I'm going to go next to Joe Cimino, and then Tom Foti, you're on deck. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do support the motion as it's out there now. I've had my hand up for a while, in part to kind of ask what Adam laid out, and I appreciate Chris's response. So I am one of those individuals interested in possibly seeing some new options, and I would like to know how we move forward with getting those to staff and having staff prep those for a next meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. And I think, based on where we are right now and Chris's comments, we'll take up this motion and then talk about the next steps moving forward. So stay tuned. I'll come back to you if you have thoughts on additional items to be added to the amendment or to be evaluated or analyzed. Roy Miller, you're up next, Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can hear me.
There you go. Yep, we heard you now.
I just wanted to make sure, following up on Rick Bellavance comment, I just wanted to make sure that everyone has the understanding, or that I have the understanding anyway, that by postponing this final action until 2021, with the January 23 implementation date, that the 22 fishery, the ABCs and catch limits will be decided using the status quo base year formula, 60-40 split, say for flounder and commercial and recreational, just as an example. And that's what we'll be using in 2022, but the annual catch limit will be, and the ABCs will be set by the present process. And well, I'll just let it go at that. Is that the understanding that you,
yeah, you're
Chairman?
Yes, Roy, you're right. Yeah. So the SSC this summer will determine the quotas for 2022, or they'll evaluate. I'd have to ask staff because I don't know if we've already established quotas for 2022 on these species, but the SSC will certainly evaluate, they'll review it and provide a recommendation to the council and the board for those specifications for 2022. So, but everything, if we delay this and we work on this throughout the rest of the year and we take it up in December, yes, you are correct. The allocations to the sectors will be based on what is formally in the FMP right now, without there being any change. That's how I see it. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where I see it.
Just one thing to add is that we don't have 2022 ABCs yet for these species because we're getting stock assessment updates this summer. And then
Right.
so the ABCs will be set through the normal specifications process this summer. So we don't know what the stock assessments are going to say. They're only going to, I think in at least 2 or 3 species, maybe all 3, they're only going to add 1 more year of data compared to what we had before. So but just in general, we don't have 2022 ABCs yet, and we can't say, like, we can't predict what they're going to be because we don't have the stock assessments yet, but that'll all happen later this summer.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Julia. Appreciate that. Okay, next I have Joe, Joe Cimino, your hand's still up. Did you have a follow-up, or did you just not put your hand down?
No, just too interested in the meeting. Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. All right, Nicola Meserve. Go ahead, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in support of the motion, and I'm going to break it down into its pieces a little bit, but I do support the January 2023 implementation timeline. I don't want to deprioritize the other actions that are either pending development or implementation. And one of those is the Recreational Reform Initiative. Very interested to see what that brings to the management system in the future, and want to see work on that continue to move forward. And that is part of the consideration for postponing, but perhaps even more so, similar to Joe Cimino, and as suggested by Adam Nowalski, I'm interested to see, have an opportunity to develop some more configurations of the options that are within the current range of alternatives that can address what I see as some of the shortcomings of what we presently have in the document. And just to provide a hint as to what one of those is, I think the discussion about the red snapper amendment and lawsuit and National Standard 4 and fair and equitable allocations, it may be important for us to look at, if we want to include recent fisheries performance into the allocations, that we need to be mindful of the differences in the 2 sectors managements and take that into account, and including more recent years of data, and no options in the document currently do that. And at the same time, I'm also, wary of just sticking with the current base years, because I see the allocations as part of an adaptive management approach. They should be responsive to changing fishery conditions and trying to manage the resources for the greatest benefit of all the stakeholders. So I see this, pause as an opportunity to really go about trying to get to the best solution in the end. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Nicola, for your comments. Appreciate that. Michelle Duval, I have you up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
So, I guess my concerns are similar to Rick's. I guess I came, to this meeting expecting, some difficult conversations and, hoping we might be able to come to some conclusions. I do support the Recreational Reform Initiative. I think there's a lot of promise, particularly in those components that are currently slated for, for guidance documents with respect to how we might, better use the existing MREP estimates to, manage the recreational fishery. I appreciated Nicola's comments ahead of mine that, you know, there might be some additional options within the existing range that would potentially be brought forward in the interim. I guess I would be interested to hear more from Mr. Penny about sort of what's considered within the range. Is it, you know, percentages? Is it approaches? So, you know, I'll throw that out there. And then, you know, I guess, you know, I had a sense that there were folks that were, you know, reluctant to move towards final action at this meeting. And I certainly appreciate Mr. Patney's comments about potentially additional information that we might have in December that could inform, you know, management, I think particularly the recreational fishery for 2022. And I guess, you know, my thinking in this has been that, you know, I would want to see some very clear, you know, a very clear path forward if, you know, the ultimate outcome of this vote is to postpone final action until December, you know, and I'm just wondering if we are going to continue to use this method of allocation, you know, based on catch or harvest. And, you know, I certainly have some thoughts on that, you know, what in any of the rec reform components that could be, that could incur some meaningful progress between now and December, how might that change what we see in the document? You know, I know Joe, you know, mentioned that he thought some of the tables might be able to be modified based on, you know, an outlier approach. And I guess I'd want to know how realistic is it that there would be potential, you know, changes to those numbers based on what occurs with rec reform between now and December. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Does anyone want to address questions by Dr. Duval?
This is Mike Penny.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Team me up a bit. So thanks for doing that, Michelle. I guess I got to say, it sounds to me like there's two different motions that we should be entertaining here, not this one. You know, the reason I felt it was important to add the preface to the motion on the board is to do just that: prioritize work on rec reform, not perfect the allocation amendment. I've heard several people in the last couple of comments speak to supporting this motion so that we can add new alternatives and make changes to the allocation amendment. That defeats, in my mind, the whole point of this motion. If we start adding alternatives, FMAT meetings, additional analyses, staff aren't going to be focused on rec reform. They're going to be focused on adding new alternatives, doing additional analysis, and perfecting the allocation amendment. If that's what the council and the board want, they want to delay action today because they don't think the allocation amendment is ready for final action, then to me, that's a separate motion. That should be moved to postpone to perfect the amendment and add additional alternatives. If we pass this motion, to me, in the direction I'm going to give my staff is stop all work on the allocation amendment and focus on rec reform. I can't speak to what, you know, Chris would direct his staff to do, but to me, that's what this motion is speaking to in terms of council and board intent. So to the previous few speakers who have thoughts on what we can do to tweak, you know, look at additional alternatives or different analyses for the allocation amendment, I suggested you make you know, either vote no on this motion and then make a follow-on motion, or move to a substitute for a motion that focuses on changing the allocation amendment, not confusing the issue with the rec reform initiative.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Mike. I see it as the same thing. You know, the way that the motion reads doesn't get into making adjustments to the current document that we're postponing. And I agree with you. So we'll see what happens as a result of those comments. But I'm going to go next to Tom Foti, and then Nicola still has her hand up. I'll just start with Tom. I'll just go down the list. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I understand what we're trying to do. My problem here is recreational reform and the allocation are two different situations. I am looking at, not mentioned when staff was going through we saw no real difference on back years, and I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. I remember the SCUB, and I pointed out numerous times. We actually took a 9 or 10% of the SCUB quota and transferred it, because it wasn't based on catch during that period of time. It was basically the council doing something, just moving part of the quota and transferring over from one sector to another when the amendment was passed. And the same thing we've been talking about when we went back through the previous years. Now, we picked some years that were very, I would say, best for the commercial fishermen. That's fine. But as we go back to the recreational numbers, and if you're going to accept MREPs, which I have problems with, they don't, but the numbers is what I got to live or die by right now until you change them again, is that we basically were catching more numbers when we set up these quotas, and we just didn't know about it. So I'm looking at the reallocation to basically correct these problems. And I'm not basically looking at the rec reform to do that. So one is not contingency on the other. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Tom. Let's see. There's a Chris. I don't know if that's you on the screen. It just says Chris.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's me. I don't know if there's another.
Okay.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I didn't know if there was another Chris on, like from the audit from the public that was on the line. But if that's you,
yeah, that's
we'll go ahead to you, and then I'll go to Nicola, Adam, and then come back to Mike Ween.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree exactly with what Mike Bentley just said. When we had the initial conversation earlier, when Adam asked about should we discuss what we're going to do between now and December, I thought, in my mind, we were thinking about some minor tweaks to, the allocation alternatives, maybe one or two different alternatives. But as the conversation went on, it became apparent that folks have more ideas. And at some point, we're not going to be able to get both the allocation amendment ready for December and work on the rec reform initiative. Exactly what Mike said. If in fact, the idea is that we're postponing the decision today because we want to make the rec reform initiative a priority, then we put this aside and we basically move forward in time working on the rec reform initiative. And we might accommodate a few tweaks as we go along, but certainly my staff is not going to have time to deal with many more alternatives. Not only do we have this stuff, but we have stock assessment updates that staff are going to be involved with. We have specs for 2022. So things are starting to ramp up, and it's not going to get easier to deal with all these things at the same time. So again, I think as Mike has pointed out, as you have pointed out, really going to have to make a decision today, which is a priority.
Thanks, Chris. And I guess what I'll put out there for the record, I think, we as a council, as a board, we agreed to the range of alternatives being fully encompassing the spread that could happen as a result of allocation change. And so I know we've done it in the past where you can, we've made decisions within the range, maybe not the exact alternative, but within the range of alternatives, and it's been accepted and approved. So I don't know where else. I don't know what more. You're saying, Chris, you're basically agreeing with Mike to say that if we approve this motion, that your staff will fully engage in rec reform and leave this alone until we get to December.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. And just
Okay.
to add further to
And I
your-
think that's fair.
any-
I think it's,
yeah.
I think that's a fair,
Yeah,
as
Mike,
with this motion, that's how I read the motion, and it's a fair way to move forward. You couldn't, unless somebody wants to make a motion to amend to continue to develop the sector allocation amendment. That's how I would interpret this as well. So I'm with you
Mike,
on that.
yeah. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just
Yeah,
please. Quickly. So one other part of this that we need to keep in mind, and you said it, but you didn't take it to its conclusion, which is we start developing additional alternatives to these allocations, and they're outside of the range of alternatives that we took to public hearing, then we're going to have to go back to public hearing.
I was going to ask you that as a follow-up to that.
Yeah, and any delay, right, and any delay beyond, in my mind, any delay beyond December of 2021 in terms of the decision on this pushes status quo allocations into 2024 at the earliest.
Yeah.
So, again, something to keep in mind as we're thinking about
So
priorities.
just to be clear, Chris, let me make sure I'm not on mute. Just to be clear, so you're saying if we develop any alternatives outside the range, it would be required that we go to public. We'd have to go back out to the public, and we'd have to have hearings and public comment all over again.
Yeah, at least one public hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good information. I think that's good for everyone to understand and know. I'm looking at my list here. Let's see. Tom, I'll come back to you. I'm going to give Nicola a chance to speak, and then I'm going to go Nicola, Adam, Joe, and then Tom, and then we'll go to the public. Go ahead, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to clarify my prior comments about additional configurations of the options. It certainly is not my intent to suggest that we need new alternatives outside of the current range. However, a large part of the evaluation and consideration of the options in the document has been the staff's developing projected RHLs and commercial quotas that go along with that. And so if you wanted, for example, to do a weighted approach where a new allocation is based half on the historical base years and half on the recent years, I think that would be within the range of alternatives, but we wouldn't be able to compare it to the other options in terms of the projected RHLs and commercial quotas. So that's the type of scenario that I'm talking about, that I think it is well within the range of options. It could be something, asking for, similar to how staff used the landings based historical years and applied it as a catch-based allocation. What does that look like for black sea bass in terms of the commercial quota and RHL that would result? So it is things that, having talked to staff over the last couple of weeks about some things like this, it seems that they're able to produce that quite quickly and is not a heavy burden, but would provide us the ability to assess some, averages of the options that we have, for example, within the context of the others. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Nicola. Appreciate it. Adam Nowalski, got you next. Go ahead, Adam, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments from both Mike Petney and Chris Moore. I think the service has demonstrated the last couple of years that they've been a willing partner to work with the council, the commission, and the rec sector in particular on being creative in their consideration of measures for years where past ways of doing things with regards to RHL and recent EMRA performance probably would have provided a very different outcome for the recreational sector. So I think they've been very good partners that way. I think Dr. Moore does a great job of setting our council expectations for what work that we can get done, making sure that his staff stays on task to do so. I don't think I would want to put either in a position that either feels compromised. Dr. Moore, with his ability to have his staff provide product on time and at the level of quality we've come to expect, nor put the service in a position where they don't feel, where they feel they've been taken advantage of by there being again, a more than willing partner in the recent couple years. I do, however, believe that there's some middle ground here whereby we don't have to put this amendment in a box, lock it with 16 locks, and lose the keys until December. I would like to think that as this motion, if it were to pass, states very explicitly, the focus would be on rec reform. But if there are people that have an option within the range of alternatives where there's not going to be initial analysis, whether we schedule one committee meeting between now and December, I would hope that's not going to completely derail the service or the council staff ability to work on rec reform. If we just schedule some time at the May joint meeting, where most likely the council will be meeting with the commission, although not this board specifically, I believe that's intended to be a joint meeting with the policy board, or at the latest the August meeting, which will be joint between the board and the council, whereby staff could at least report back on, here are the couple of options that have come forward to us. Yes, we can go ahead and complete the analysis. Yes, they are within the range. No, they're not going to derail rec reform. And if options come forward that don't meet those criteria, well, then we as council and board say, sorry, we're not going to consider them at this time. And then when we get to December, we then decide whether or not the range of alternatives we have currently are still satisfactory, or whether, again, nobody wants to delay this further, but if we couldn't do them in 2021, then we consider when we can. But again, I think my comment are, I feel we don't have to lock this away entirely. Dr. Moore made the comment that this would just go on a shelf. I'd like to think it could at least be on a shelf within arm's reach. And if there's something that can be done without a heavy lift, I think we would be very remiss. I don't think we'd be completely serving to the public and answering their concerns of the best way forward. And certainly in light of the comments about previous challenges to decisions on allocation based a lot on MRIP changes, I think we want to do everything in our power to make sure that we present a record that is as clear and as defensible as possible, and so that we can also say we did allocation for allocation's sake, not for the sake of completing some 2022 or beyond math equation. So those would be my thoughts. I think we've gone down the road, despite Dr. Moore's earlier comments about waiting for discussion. I think we're within discussion now about what's going to happen between now and December. I think it's really important because it's going to impact people's ways of voting. And I would hope that Dr. Moore and Mr. Petney might be able to present a sense of, if something comes forward that's not going to derail rec reform, that isn't outside of the range of alternatives, that's going to send us back out for public comment, we'll at least look at it and then make a joint decision about how to proceed and potentially integrate it in advance of our next decision-making opportunity.
All right, thanks, Adam. I'm going to go to Chris. I see Chris's hands up. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Adam, for all those comments. I think when I started, my response was basically after you had presented, after we had talked about what we were going to do next, I thought that, in fact, what we were talking about are some minor tweaks to the amendment. So I never meant to suggest that we wouldn't look at it again until December. But if we're talking about more than a couple of alternatives, a couple turns into 5, and 5 turns into 10, then we're not going to be able to make a decision in December of 21, right? So if there's an understanding, again, like you said, I try to manage expectations for the council. I try to make sure that they understand exactly what we have planned for the year. If we're talking about a minor tweak to the amendment, we're talking about an idea that Nicola may have relative to some allocation formula that's easy to incorporate into the document. Sure, we could bring those alternatives to a joint meeting. We do have 2 meetings scheduled for the year that are going to be joint. One's in August with this board, with the Southern Flounder and Black Sea Bass Board, and the other one's in May with the policy board. So we'd have to figure out exactly how that would work. But certainly, if it's a couple of alternatives that we're talking about to enhance, the choices that you want to look at, certainly we could address that. My concern is that folks will pile on, and again, just trying to manage expectations. If that happens, then priority work on the recreational reform initiative is not going to happen.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Appreciate that response to Adam's question. A number of hands went up. Let me see who. I'm just going to go from top to bottom. So Tom Foti, and then we'll go to Joe Cimino. Chris, if you can put your hand down. I have Dewey, and then we'll go to the public, and then I'm going to call the question here, hopefully shortly. So go ahead, Tom. You're up.
I had left it up. I'm sorry.
Did you not have any comment?
I made my comments already, and I think I'm looking where it's going. I'll make the comments later on.
Okay. Yeah, your hand's been up for a while. I was trying to get other people an opportunity to speak. Joe Cimino, go ahead, Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I need to apologize to all 120 of you for derailing a vote 20 minutes ago. But similar to what Nicola and Adam have said, I was interested in some tweaks that are well within the range, absolutely, in my opinion, appropriate, perhaps needed. And when we were going to have a discussion on how these would be presented, even the possibility of having state staff do the work and then, just have perhaps FMAT review. So just knowing that those couple of tweaks could be looked at between now and December is all I was hoping for. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. Dewey, you're up next. Go ahead, Dewey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering when in the Recreational Reform Initiative would be appropriate to add something to that amendment. Given the limitations, as Chris was saying, if things are added to that, it would slow it down or stop it. And I was curious to that because in my reading of this initiative or amendment, it's not addressing things that I think other council members have thought it would have addressed in issues. So I'm curious for some direction on that part. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dewey. So thinking about it, Dewey, the Rec Reform Initiative is something that the council is working with the ASMFC Policy Board on. And as it develops, as issues develop, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to come before the council and the board again. That would be the opportunity to add things or it's to suggest additions to the work being done. There's a lot on that list. I mean, Julia's put it up a few times now. I mean, there's a lot there. But at some point, if there's something you want to change or add, or based on a technical document or an addendum framework or an amendment, we would have to go through the process of approving that through the board and the council, and then having staff work on it. So Chris or Bob, Mike, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's opportunity to make adjustments and modifications to this, but it's going to come at a time when it's going to come when this is presented, the product is presented to the board and the council, right? Or am I thinking?
Yeah.
Am I thinking wrongly in that?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is Chris. Exactly. We don't have a product yet. We haven't had anything to look at beyond the white paper that Julia put together, which basically puts the issues into these 3 bins. So sometime in the near future, output will start happening and we'll start seeing products that we can comment on. And certainly at that point, Dewey could suggest that in fact, there's other things that we need to look at, or whatever we presented isn't adequate.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that help, Dewey? Does that
Yeah,
help
it
with your
does.
question?
I just better keep myself or keep paying attention, because I know I know once the train leaves the station, it's really hard to get on. Thank you.
Yeah, right. It's hard to pull it back once it leaves the station. I got you. Okay, let's see. Joe Semino, is your hand still up for comment, to follow up? Dewey, your hand's still up. If you have anything else you want to add, now would be the time. Okay, your hand went down. Okay, so I don't see any other board or council members with their hands up at this time. Let's go to.
Excuse me, Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't see my hand. It's Maureen Davidson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maureen.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. Let me scroll through. Are you just on the telephone?
No, I'm on the computer.
That's weird. It's not showing up. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Maureen. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's all right. I had wanted to comment. We were talking about things that we expect to happen between this meeting and the December 2021 meeting. One of the things that I believe we're going to have to work on is our stakeholders. So many of them had a strong reaction at the hearing. We had over 60% of them asking for status quo. I don't think going to status quo is a good idea. And we do have to in some way be responsive to our stakeholders who decided that they would rather not see any changes at all. So I would recommend that during this time that we have, if this motion is voted through, that we somehow reach out to our stakeholders. I think a good portion of them did not understand what was going on. I didn't understand the presentation 100%. And I think they all sort of went to where they felt safe and they asked for status quo. We don't want to really, they might feel that way in December. And so I would like to recommend that we somehow reach out to them. I don't know if we could somehow explain what we're trying to do in different words. But I do think at this point, in order not for our stakeholders to be where they are today in December, we're really going to have to reach out and speak to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maureen. I mean, these types of decisions are they're incredibly difficult and they are complicated. To some degree, it's not that the stakeholder, well, I'll just say, I'll try to be brief. I don't necessarily know that everybody understands the consequences of the actions that would be determined as a result of finalizing this action. I've thought about it a lot and I've talked to a lot of people. I don't think everybody has all the information that they need to understand what the result will be, because it's unknown. And that's a challenge that we face every year. So we have new assessments that are going to come out this summer. Perhaps Mary and Chris and council staff and the commission do a great job of making sure information gets out to the public. And that's something that I guess you're in my position here, in New York, and I'm here in Maryland. We can make sure we try to get that information out to our public the best we can. So I appreciate your comment. Thank you very much. Eric Reed, before I go to the public, I'll go to Eric first. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally disagree with the last 2 speakers, because I guarantee you the commercial industry knows exactly what they're facing. And they were prepared for the public hearings and every other chance to comment, because they know what this amendment has the possibility of doing to the commercial sector. There is status quo, and everything else takes away fish from that sector. So I can't, I'm saying it in my nice voice. They know what they're talking about and they know what they're dealing with. And to be honest with you, Mr. Chairman, I got a half a mind to make a motion for status quo for fluke right now, maybe clear the plate a little bit, but I don't think it'll go anywhere. But please don't say that commercial fisheries people don't understand what they're facing, because they absolutely do, and that's why they're so adamant about it. But right now, you know, I can tell you right now, there's not much squid around, and every single fisherman is depending on these particular species to make a living, and that's why they're so engaged. So that's my opinion. I don't mean to insult anybody, but I certainly don't want to insult the commercial fishing industry, because they know what they're talking about.
No, and I didn't intend, Eric. I apologize if it came off in the wrong way. I wasn't trying to say that people aren't informed. I just, the commercial industry, they make a living doing what they do. The recreational community, it's a lot bigger, it's a lot larger of a group, and the folks that are engaged understand. I wasn't trying to go there. So I'll make the apology I'll apologize. You guys are informed. The people engaged are informed. It's the ones that aren't that are having a difficult time. So really understanding what the actions that we could be taking on this allocation are gonna have. So yeah, my bad.
So let me include also, I was not trying to say that people don't know, don't understand, but sometimes when I speak to them and some of the questions I get makes me wish that we could explain it a little bit better. I understand that the commercial fishery, this is how they make their living. And I understand the importance of fluke and black sea bass. So no, if an apology is needed, I sent one also. Sorry.
Put it all on you, Maureen. No worries. It's all good. Thanks for bringing it up. All right, listen, here's what we're gonna do. It is almost 3 o'clock. We've been at this for a few hours. I'm gonna go to the audience right now to get some comment on the motion. And once that's done, I'm gonna call the question. We'll start with the council, and then I'll turn it over to Chairman Nowalski for the board, and we'll see where this ends up. So I'm going to start with Mike Wayne. Mike, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne with the American Sport Fishing Association. The recreational fishing community spent a lot of time considering where to go with this. I spent a lot of time working with the alternatives that were in the document. Spent a lot of time thinking about rec reform and how allocation and rec reform can be part of the solution. Spent a lot of time talking with folks, trying to figure out what's the most defensible option here that isn't just what benefits our sector the most. And the record's clear. Look at the public comments. You'll see everything that I'm saying there in the written comments that we submitted and others in our community. And so I think, to me, this is really about managing expectations. And I really challenge the council and the board to roll their sleeves up here and take this really seriously, because that's what the stakeholders clearly are doing, regardless of which side you're on here. This means a lot to everybody. And you owe it to the stakeholders to really work on finding solutions on both allocation and rec reform. And so I'm reading this motion as allocation is part of the solution here. And based on the comments that Adam Nowalski made, that Josemino made, that Nicola Meserve made, that there needs to be a process to make sure that the council and the commission come back to the table in December ready to make a decision on allocation. Can that be informed by recreational management reform? Maybe. There's a lot of uncertainty there. But if we're going to base allocation off of the historical performance of this fishery, which is what the allocation alternatives do in the document, Rec reform is not going to change that. And I really hope that come December, that as everybody hopes, we're sitting in the room, everyone can have the decision and the opportunity to discuss this as they prefer. And there is a really solid conclusion on this, because it's, as Rick Bellavance said, it is really hard to make business decisions with this much uncertainty. And I have a board meeting tomorrow, and I am going to try and manage my industry's expectation on this decision, but you guys need to do your role here and find a way to find solutions and make decisions on these important issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Greg, you're up next. Greg Giandomenico.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Coming through good. Greg, go ahead.
Okay. Greg Giandomenico, Lunds Fisheries, Cape May, New Jersey. Mr. Chairman, I realize it's been a long day, but I do have a few questions for staff and perhaps Chris Moore, if that would be okay. They are simple questions, but the answers determine whether or not I can support this motion.
Yeah, that'd be fine, Greg. And if you can, you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you're on a cell phone. You might, if you can get a little closer to your microphone, or it's still a little hard to hear you, but certainly I'll allow for questions to staff if you have questions.
Okay, thank you. My first question, I believe, is for staff. In December of 2021, will we have recreational catch and discards? Will we have commercial catch and discards? Or what year?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. I was just going to ask you, maybe, I don't know that we have, I mean, if you have an answer, that's great, but
yeah, I'm actually going to
probably a Garfield question.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably a Garfield question. We will have information, commercial landings and discards, recreational landings and discard information. Obviously, we're going to be setting recreational specs in December of 21. What year? Yeah, that's a good question. I would ask Kylie to answer if she could. Kylie, what's the answer to that? Which year?
So in December of 2021, we will have commercial data through 2020, discards and landings, or we should have discards and landings through 2020. On the recreational side, we will have we are expecting some type of estimate for 2020 from NIVS coming up with some kind of alternative estimation method for 2020, given our data gaps related to COVID for 2020. We do expect to have that by December. And then we will also have, assuming all the recreational sampling proceeds as normal in 2021, we will have recreational harvest data through probably wave 4 or 5 in December, as we typically do at our December joint meetings.
Okay. Next question.
Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
Is the idea of catch-based management, will that remain in the allocation amendment, or does that have to be explicit in the recreational reform, whether it's a guideline, an addendum, or an amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Chris.
Greg, I'm not sure I understand your question exactly. If you're asking if catch-based alternatives would still be in the allocation amendment for consideration in December, the answer is yes. If you read the staff memo, there is from us, based on our opinion, those alternatives are preferred over the landing alternatives because they provide incentives to reduce discards in each one of the sectors. So is that what you're asking, or are you asking something else relative to recreational discards?
No, thank you for that clarification, Chris. I think my last question will be to Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Chris, there's been a lot of discussion about what further alternatives could be offered between now and December. I realize you have cautioned people against them being too extensive or too many. But will it be appropriate for the commercial fishing industry to offer alternatives that, of course, are a little less onerous than specifically the staff recommendations and the recommendations and the alternatives that contain base years with new MRIC numbers?
So again, I think the important point is that we can't get too far into additional alternatives, or we're not going to be able to make progress on the recreational reform initiative so that we can make a decision in December, right? So it really depends on what you guys are proposing relative to additional alternatives. Again, I would caution everyone that if we can tweak a couple alternatives, we can look at things a little differently, maybe that's very doable. But if we end up with a whole suite of another alternative set to look at, or just 10 alternatives, then it's going to be very difficult to meet our deadline. So I'm not sure exactly what you might propose. I'm sure that those alternatives may have been explored in some of the public hearing comments that we received from the commercial fishing industry, and certainly I would think we would be open to at least a consideration or discussion of those. But to that point, I think, my earlier conversation with Adam, we talked about basically how this would work, right? So it might be as we move through time, we reach out and we say, look, we have limited capacity to deal with alternatives, alternate alternatives, and we need to move forward quickly with the consideration of these alternatives. So what are you guys thinking about? And then see what the list looks like, right? Before we actually do the analysis, let's look at the list. So the list gets presented to the board and to the council, and the council and the board say, you know what, we want you to look at all of those. Well, okay, well, if we're going to do that, then we're not going to be able to meet our deadline. Or they might say, okay, let's look at 2 of them. So that's one way that we might be able to make our way through the year and actually get this stuff done by December 21. I don't know if that helps or not, Greg, but that's where I'm at.
It does, Chris, and I am also trying to shed some light and be helpful here. I just have to caution and be fully upfront that that other alternatives that take away, that are more onerous, or take away more of our allocations, we will have to offer different alternatives that, of course, are less than that. And however that turns out, Chris, that will be. But I just know that appears that's where we're headed, and I just want to be upfront with people that alternatives that take more of our allocation away, of course, will be met with alternatives that lessen those. So if that debate happens, that's fine. I just want people to be upfront. I want to be upfront with people that they should expect that. There was one other question. No, I think that was it, Chris. So I'll conclude my comments by just saying a few things. I completely, I'm very satisfied with the clarifications made by the regional administrator. I feel comforted by the fact that people will have made pretty clear what their intentions are. I would hope that instead of focusing so much on historical performance, I hope that the commercial industry is judged and treated by their historical accountability and their contributions to rebuilding of these demersal stocks. And with that said, I offer my support for this motion. Thank you very much.
Hey, Greg, you cut out for about 5 seconds on my end. Did you say you offering support? I just wanted to hear what your either support or opposition was.
Yes, given the clarifications that were made, Mike, and statements from other people, and my trust in this process and those people that are doing the work, Lawrence Fisheries endorses this motion.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm going to go to Bonnie Brady next, and then Megan, you're up after Bonnie. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Can you hear me, guys? All right. This is more of a comment than a question, and it relates to what was said before. And Maureen, I don't mean this in a negative way toward you personally, but every single commercial fisherman and fishing family and infrastructure member knows exactly what a change in allocation means to them. It means less money in their pocket, less of an ability to pay their bills. The 211 plus people that either spoke at public hearings or that wrote in individual emails, or even those that signed the petition. That petition that I think had 86 or 90 signatures on were from all facets of infrastructure, from the Hunts Point market, which I believe is one of the largest commercial fishing markets in the US. Everyone there over the last year, especially with COVID, knows how tenuous their jobs are. 2 out of 3 fillet houses went out of business during COVID. Not one person doesn't get it. Not if they speak slower or use different words. They all understand what less quota means to them, their families, their businesses, and their communities. And to possibly think that somehow, oh, well, they just didn't understand. No, they did. They may not have spoken to all of the elements, but the most obvious one, taking money out of their pocket, they all knew what that meant. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yeah, please, Maureen, go ahead.
Thank you. Bonnie, first, I just really wanted to make it clear. We all understand what it means when we reduce the allocation for the commercial fishermen. That is not something that you don't need a college degree to understand that. That is very evident and very obvious. However, there's more than that in this amendment. And so obviously the council and the commission are going to have to make very difficult decisions that can affect the allocation that's going to go to the commercial fishermen. It's more than just taking fish away from one sector. And I would want the whole thing to be understood by everybody. More than just, yes, they're taking fish away from you. Your allocation can get smaller. Well, my background has been in teaching. I was a teacher in the past, and I think it is so important that everyone knows as much as they can about the topic. You know, depending on how this vote goes, if not now, but in December, everyone has to understand. I would want everyone to understand. This is difficult. This is hard. We know we just came out of COVID. All of this is very evident to me, and I'm sure the other counselors and the commissioners. Please don't think that for a second that I feel that I have to use small words to talk to the fishermen. No. I know from my job, which I've been here for 33 years, that the fishermen know more than I do about what's going on out there and what's going on with the fishery. But at the same time, we're sitting in a council meeting, we're sitting at a commission meeting, and we have to make decisions. And although I can't make everyone like the decision, we can't make everybody happy. I would like to feel that I did my best to make sure that everyone understood what we were trying to do. Okay, this is more about my need to feel that everyone has been communicated as effectively as we can. Whatever we would have to do, and again, I can't make them like it, but I would like to know that I tried really hard to make sure the whole thing was understood. And I also know that communication is a two-way street. Having taught, you can speak to someone and speak to someone, and if they don't agree with you, you know, it might be only a one-way street. I get that. But I just think it's very important to make sure that we have communicated as clearly as we can to as many of our stakeholders as possible. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Yeah, thanks, Maureen. And, you know, I think it's good when we can respond to comment, but I didn't intend that this would be kind of a back and forth. Maybe you and Bonnie could have a conversation, you know, after the fact, after we get through today, to clarify, you know, your position. So I'll leave it there and say thank you, Bonnie, for your comments. I appreciate those, and thank you, Maureen, for your response. I'm going to go next to Megan Lapp. I've got you next. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Great. Thank you very much. Megan Lapp, Fisheries. I do just want to make a point that commercial absolutely do know what's happening. That's why they were the majority of the people, both with written comments as well as attendance at the hearings, at the public hearings. Because Eric is absolutely right. The majority of commercial vessels right now are working on these three species, and that is what is putting food on their tables. I now run a fish house, so I know this because I see what's coming in the door. The commercial sector is also fully aware that because the recreational sector is not accountable, there are serious management uncertainties that are going to cause reductions in overall ABCs going forward. And they know that they will be the only ones to pay for it because they are the only accountable entity in this discussion. Because rec reform isn't about accountability, and earlier, nobody on this phone could even tell me if the rec sector is going to be held to their RHL in the future. You know, I have real concerns about this motion. Originally, I was under the impression that rec reform would focus on some form of accountability. But after the discussion today, it's clear that that's not the case or a major focal point. So kicking the can down the road is not a solution, in my opinion, to maybe what is the most important issue in this whole discussion. Because if there's not going to be recreational accountability, no constraint to operate within an RHL, then really who cares about any of this amendment anyway? We could stay in status quo and continue to allow the rec sector to violate Magnuson, and nobody would be any the wiser. It really is the elephant in the room. And we continue to discuss quota reallocation without accountability associated with that. And I have real concerns for that, both from a management perspective as well as a stock perspective. And I can only support this motion if accountability is finalized as a focal point of rec reform between now and December. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Megan, for your comments. Katie Almeida, you're up next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Katie Almeida, the town doc. I submitted a written comment and have spoke several times at each of the public meetings. And if you've read and listened, I support status quo. Now that we have this option to postpone final action until later on this year, I would agree that I could support this as long as recreational reform is taken up, and that included in that reform is accountability and, if necessary, closures in order to actually have some change in that fishery. I'm not sure why those points or those actions were taken out of that reform in the first place. Because I remember several of us, or many of us, speaking those needs at the beginning of this discussion for both this amendment and rec reform. I also wanted to touch upon the 10-year allocation review, when it was mentioned that if we took no action now, that at some point review is going to have to come up again, and that action could be taken at a further date. And to that, I want to ask, where does it end? We're comparing a fishery that does have accountabilities and closures to one that doesn't, and a fishery that has limited access to one that doesn't, and that can just expand continually. So how do you even begin to have that discussion to say that, it could open the possibility that each time this comes up, the commercial sector loses more and more, and then where do we go from there? I just think that these two fisheries need to align as much as they can, and hopefully we can take up some of those needs in the recreational reform initiative, and maybe add some alternatives to that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Katie. I appreciate your comments. Next, I'm going to go to Dan Farnham Jr. Dan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, initially I was in favor of postponement until after we did more work on the recreational reform amendment, as was initially requested by Mike Pentney in the previous meetings. I am now concerned after hearing some comments from other members here on the board and the council, suggesting that we should relook at staff recommendations and possibly look at additional changes beyond the base years for fluke and scup, beyond just black sea bass. Because anything that would go beyond just readjusting the base year numbers with the updated MRIP data, which already is concerning to a lot of us, would be an unfair reallocation. Basically, it is punishing one user group that has adhered to its strict quotas over the years, while rewarding another user group that has gone above and beyond what their RHL was for all those years. And I know everyone says that we had a large bump in the fluke and sea bass biomass and quotas because of this updated MRIP data. But the real question should actually be, what would our biomass be at this point had the recreational sector not over-harvested for all these years going backwards? We still would have seen a greater increase in our biomass at this time, which would have been shared by all. And for us to suggest that because they over-harvested and we've seen their harvest go up, that they should be rewarded with a larger percentage going forward is very terrifying to us in the commercial sector. So while yes, I am in favor of postponement and for us to work towards recreational reform, accountability should be the utmost priority in recreational reform, and that we should not use this postponed time to look at other ways to turn the screws against the commercial sector. Thank you.
Dan, thank you very much for your comment. Let's see. I have one more person from the public that has their hand up. I'm going to butcher your last name, but Paul Hartel.
Yes, Paul Hartel from the Jersey Coast Anglers Association. What happened in 2018 was that the MRIP numbers were recalculated, and the revised estimates revealed that recreational fishermen had caught far more fish than originally believed going back to 1981. That in turn caused our fisheries managers to conclude that the stock biomass for fluke, scup, and sea bass was significantly higher than the previous estimates had shown. Regarding fluke, the higher biomass estimate resulted in a 49% increase in quota for the commercial fishermen and a 49% increase in the RHL for recreational fishermen. However, regulations for recreational fishermen could not be liberalized because the previous year's landings estimate indicated that they were already equal to the 2019 RHL. The allocations percentages for all three species do not reflect the current understanding of the recent and historic proportions of catch and landings between the two sectors. In other words, the heart of the problem is that though the revised data revealed that recreational fishermen were responsible for a much higher percentage of the catch, the split between the two sectors could not be changed without an amendment. Now we have this amendment before us, and we were hoping that you would take action on it today. And also the party and charter boat fleet tackle stores, they've been suffering too. You know, their livelihoods are on the line, and with the strict regulations, every time you turn around, somebody's going out of business. So we need some help with this. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much for your comment. I have a couple board members and council members with their hands up, but I'm going to go to Brent Fulcher. You have a comment you'd like to make, Brent?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Luisi.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name's Brent Fulcher. I'm Chairman of North Carolina Fisheries Association, but also a commercial packing company in the state of North Carolina. Unload vessels from Massachusetts to North Carolina that engage in the summer fluke and sea bass and scup fishery. I'm an AP member on this plan and kind of gone through time over what we've done as far as management. But, you know, we're running into the same problem in the state of North Carolina that the federal problem that we're incurring in the federal government level. And that is that no matter what the decrease on the commercial side, the decreases are being recouped on the recreational side because there's no control over access. There's no limitations. Anything that's released commercially or not harvested commercially, you know, is being removed by the rec sector, and it's being removed predominantly in dead discards. In most cases, you're fishing on a stock that in most of these species are female fish. We're not managing on the rec sector. We should be looking at trying to change this and return dead discards into landings, not necessarily have so much of an allocation struggle as to try and manage the fishery a little bit better, maybe even on the commercial side, in trying to look at dropping our size limit a little bit and, you know, not having the dead discards we have in the commercial fishery, even though they're fairly efficient in the commercial fishery in retrospect to the commercial landing or to the recreational landings. But, you know, my sentiments kind of echo with Katie's and different ones on this call. And I'm the first guy that would love to do something to try and help the rec sector. But us as managers need to try and help them also in looking at how to turn these dead discards into landings, because as long as we continue to ignore that and we continue to ignore as the better the fishing gets, the more expanded the rec sector is going to be and the more pressure they're going to put on those fisheries. We've got to figure a way to make it better for them. And instead of every 10th fish they land or every 12th fish they land and they kill 2 or 3 to get to that point, we got to figure out how to recoup those 2 or 3 that they're killing already, because they're plenty good for food consumption. You know, whether they're 12, 13, 14, 15 inches, they don't have to catch an 18 or 20-inch fish just to be a viable fish to carry home and eat. So thank you for your opportunity to speak, and appreciate every manager and council member and all the hard work you do. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brent. I appreciate your comments. So seeing no other members of the public with their hand up, I'm going to come back to the table very briefly. It is 3:20 or a little after 3:25. I have Tom Fody and then Kate Wilkie. And then what I think we should do at that point after comments made, well, Kate just put her hand down. So we have Tom Fody. We'll take a 5-minute brief break for caucus, and we'll come back and call the question. So go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, the comments that the recreational community doesn't want to be accountable and basically not do what is right and stay within our quota is not what happens. I mean, let's be honest about this. When we've been yelling for better recreational statistics and better recreational numbers for the last 30 years, I've been doing it for the last 35. And in 2007, when we thought we were going to get it, because Congress basically said that was going to happen, they said, okay. And Dr. John Bowman, which I respect greatly, testified before Congress that if you need to do this, you made us basically supposed to do this. You need to appropriate the $50 million that needs to be done to get the recreational numbers right. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars nationally to basically get commercial numbers, but we don't spend crap on the recreational numbers. We are spending the same amount of money that we were in 1980s. We're 11 or 12 or 13 million dollars. And John Borman said in 2007, we needed $50 million to get the right numbers. And because we've been dealing with crap numbers all along, and that's what I'll call them, and we still have problems with the numbers, we don't get the right information. Look what happens when you spend money. Look at the golf. They did a study, and they had the money to do a proper study of red snapper, and they found out that nymphs have been 2/3 estimating the lower quota. So it was graded by 2/3. I mean, 2/3. What would that do in the summer flounder or any of these other? We always saying the black sea bass quota the stock is way larger than nymphs is estimating. So we forced the recreational and the commercial community to fight with each other. The other thing, both of these industries are important to every state. Recreational fishing in New Jersey is worth $1.1 billion. We've lost money. We've lost anglers because they've got frustrated. They don't like catching 30 to 1. But what you do is you transfer to other species. All of a sudden you start targeting blackfish, and you're targeting other species like striped bass. So then you put that stock in trouble. We need to correct the problem and actually spend the money necessary federally to get good recreation so we can manage. And we can manage in-season closures, things like that. But the money's not available to do that. And if you want that, you should be crying for the money like I do, asking for the recreational sector to have better statistics when they're doing this stuff. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate your comments. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I know that there are board members that need to caucus with their other members from their states. So let's take a 5-minute break. Don't go too far from your computers. So go ahead. Let's take 5 minutes. Everyone can caucus, and we'll come back to call the question on the motion before us. So we'll come back. It's 3:27, so 3:32. We can come back because I need to talk to a couple of people as well. So come back in 5 minutes, and I'll make sure that everyone's back in touch before we call the vote. This is the first time that we'll be voting in this new format, so we're just going to have to just be patient, and we'll get there. But that's the plan. All right, 5 minutes. Talk to you guys soon. All right. Guys, can you guys hear me okay? I'm just asking staff if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to jump off to get on with my caucus line, and I lost connection. But I'm back, and I think we're good to go. I think we hopefully have everyone back. It looks like we have the same number of people in the participants list that we had before we jumped off. So let's do this. Adam, I was thinking that I would read the motion and call the question for the council. Are you okay with that as my co-chair?
I have no objection to that.
So what I'd like to do, this is the first time we've done this under the new format. I don't know that there's going to be objection, but I think I'd prefer to call the question to a vote so that we can have the numbers. So I'm going to read it and then we'll call the question. In order to prioritize work on the recreational reform initiative, I move to postpone final action on this amendment until December 2021 joint council commission meeting with an understanding of a January 2023 implementation date. The motion was made on behalf of the council by Tony Delernia and Peter Defer, and on behalf of the board by David Borden and Jim Gilmore. I want to call the question of the council. So all of those members of the council that support the motion, can you please raise your hand?
You know what I would say? What do you think I'd say? I would say.
Okay, let's see here.
What did you say?
Okay, so I have, someone's going to help me with the count, or I can do it. I can try to do it together. So I have Wilkie, Defer, Delernia, Fat Savage, and Walski. So that's 5. Reese, Winslow, Semino, Davidson, Hughes, Lennox, Townsend, Stormer, and Bolin. Okay, so I need to count those now. Hold on one second. It's not counting well here. Hold on a second. And I see Sunny, that's 15, and Farnham is 16. Okay, so I counted 16. Does staff have a different number?
I have 16.
Or did you guys counted 16? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, if everyone can put their hands down. So we have 16 in support. Members of the council, for those of you who oppose the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, I see Michelle, I see Duvall and Kuhn. So that's 2. Okay, if you guys can put your hands down, thank you. Any abstentions? Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. Okay, the service is abstaining. So we're going to do 1 abstention. And the motion carries the council. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, for the board vote.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, does somebody got their mic? It's for me, it's hard to hear. Somebody sound like talking in the background. Sounds like
my wife and I are, she's talking on the, my wife and I are both working from home today, and she's on the phone in the background, and I there's no way I got my whole system set up here at in my little desk, so she's going out. I just asked her to go outside because it might be distracting, but that's what it was, probably.
Yeah, it quit. So thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're just trying to get it done, you know?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you to call the question for the board, and I'm going to look to see how to raise my hand. I think I can figure that out. Okay, I see it. So I'm ready to go. Whenever you're ready, Adam, it's all you.
Well, I'm going to spoil your fun here. Given the way that vote went, with the only state voting in opposition not being a member board, is there any objection from the board to this motion? And I will ask for abstentions in a moment. Is there any objection to this motion from any of the member states? Seeing no objection, abstentions to this motion on behalf of the board? U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service both abstain. Motion passes without objection with the 2 noted abstentions.
I don't believe.
Okay, thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for your participation today. Let me ask staff, is there anything else that needs to come before the board and the council during this joint meeting at this time?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
So I promised Adam that we'd come back to his earlier point. I don't know, Adam, if you've had enough discussion relative to what we may do over the next 8 months, but certainly we'll work to figure it out relative to when we have meetings and deal with these additional alternatives for the allocation amendment. So I'm not sure, Adam, if that was enough or if you wanted to have additional discussion on that today.
I believe at a minimum what we should provide at this point is just the mechanism by which anybody who has interest in doing something, what the gateway for that would be at this point. From our earlier conversations that we had offline prior to the meeting today, again, I think there had been some conversation about the possibility for a committee meeting. Given the nature of the discussion today, I'm not sure that there's interest in going into that level of detail, but at a minimum, I think that any proposals that come forward, we would need some discussion in August at our next joint meeting, would be my thinking as of right now. If leadership felt that something changed between now and then we could have conversation about some other venue for doing so. But I think if we just told people, get something to staff by the June council meeting, so that staff has time to take a look at it and just provide some feedback to the full council and board when they meet jointly again in August. I think I'd be comfortable with that approach, but I just want to set some expectations for those people who have put quite a bit of time into thinking of some other option, again, that remains within the range of alternatives. Staff time, spent some time with those people I know, so I just think they need to know what their next steps need to be at this point.
Anything to offer, Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that sounds good, Adam. There's still some uncertainty there, and I think probably the best way to approach it would be for my staff just to develop a simple memo to the board and to the council, asking for these additional alternatives prior to June. When we get to the meeting in August, it would be just a list that we would have in front of the group to look at to see if in fact they wanted to include it in the alternative list for additional analyses and have all that packaged in time for December. Back to the possibility of a demersal committee meeting. You know, you and I have discussed this. There's a complication with that, and that is, how do we involve the board? And if you think about it, by the time we involve the board, then we're really talking about a council board meeting. right? Because it's not, we're not sure as to how or what part of the board would actually work with the demersal committee to look at these alternatives. So I think if we have that expectation that the staff will reach out, ask for some alternatives, see what we get, bring those forward to the council and the board at the next joint meeting in August. Take a look at those, decide which ones we want to include. That works for me.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. But I think that the important point that came up earlier has to do with changes in alternatives within the range of what's already there.
Right. Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
I mean,
good. Yeah.
That's to me that's the main point. If there's ranges, if you put guardrails on both sides and you can work within the 3 lanes that you have, then you just can't go outside the guardrails. Because
Right.
if we go outside the guardrails, we're going to end up having to start all over again. So I think that's important. That's an important, I mean, that's what we discussed earlier, and I think it's important messaging for folks on the call, especially with staff, especially with Mike and your comments regarding this motion, which we clarified, which meant you're basically going to put this on the shelf a bit, and we're going to work on rec reform. And so we don't have the resources and the time to spend a lot of time reanalyzing things.
So,
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so I thought that was understood. But certainly
Okay.
as part of our outreach to the board and the council, we'll make sure it's very clear that any alternatives that folks want to look at outside of the range of alternatives will need additional public hearings, which isn't
Right.
something that we want to do, right?
Okay.
And again, I think it's clear to most folks, hopefully all the folks on the call today, exactly what we're talking about in terms of potential delays, potentially having too many additional alternatives to look at. So we just have to be very careful with that as we move forward in time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Adam, did that help address your question?
I think we're on a good road forward. I think the comments, the idea of a memo to board and council members is excellent. And I think that if there's any member of the public that has something in mind, discuss it with your board and council member, and then the board and council member would decide whether or not they feel it's appropriate for submission for consideration as we move forward.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I get the sense from staff that there's nothing additional that's needed for today. Adam, was there anything else you wanted to bring up or address before we adjourn?
I do see Eric Reed's hand is up.
Oh yeah, I
don't know
see a
if it
couple
was
hands.
with
I'm
a
sorry.
comment with regards to this most recent discussion or some other matter, but I have nothing further beyond that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Adam. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is about, we have a meeting on May 3rd. The preliminary agenda says it's May 3rd at 3:15 to 4:45 with the policy board of ASMFC. Can you tell me what to expect from that meeting? And can there be any discussion about how to have a committee meeting, including the board or a subset of the board at that meeting?
Okay. I might have to turn to Tony. Is Tony Kearns on the call? Yeah, she's just put her hand up. Go ahead,
Yep.
Tony.
I'm here, Mike.
Yep,
Well,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had told the board and council that we would update them on the Recreational Reform Initiative in May. And so we've put it on the agenda for that. And I think the next couple of weeks will be quite telling in how much new information or how long we will spend discussing rec reform at that meeting and whether or not we'll need all of that time. So if we wanted to have the board meet with a subset of the council or with the council's committee, we'd have to see. I wouldn't be able to tell you that right away if we would have much time for that on that afternoon. We end at 4:15. And I also would need to confer with staff on if you were expecting to have some options worked up, or you just, how much work you're asking from them to prepare for such a meeting. I'm not 100% sure where you're going.
Well, I mean, Adam brings up a good point about the committee meetings, and Dr. Moore did address it, but the council has a committee. As far as I know, the ASMFC board has no committee except for the entire board. So I just don't know. I wasn't expecting to have that conversation and have a solution to it on Monday, May 3rd, Tony, but I just was wondering if there could be some way forward to have a committee meeting and some subset.
So Eric.
Well, I can answer that question, Eric.
All right, go ahead. And then I have some things to offer too.
The board does not have, if there's going to be voting that occurs, it has to be the full management board. Sometimes the board does working groups, but those specific to the guidelines on working groups are non-decisional bodies. So if the intention is to have votes and bring forward preferred options at this committee meeting, then it would need to be the full board if we're wanting joint actions to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and to your point, Eric, about the council committee. So a few years ago, we added it. I think there might be 3 additional seats. It caught me a little off guard. I'd have to look it up. But I think we added 3 seats on the committee from states that are not part of the Mid-Atlantic. And they would be voting members of the committee. And then there could be additional ASMFC representatives that are invited to the committee meeting if we decided to have one. I'd have to look that stuff up, but looks like somebody's doing it for me.
Yeah, no,
right now.
Mike, New England has 3 seats on that board.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I remember. On the committee, on the council committee.
Correct. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it. You guys can see the list right now. So, if a council committee meeting is wanted, we can try to, we can talk with leadership to try to figure something like that out. Whether it's maybe it might be good just to have the conversation about where we go. So I hope that helped. I hope Tony's answers and mine helped you, Eric, on that. But
they were
I appreciate.
Thank you.
You got it,
Chairman. They were very helpful.
Okay, very good. All right, let me see. Does anybody else have anything else? I don't see any other hands right now. Actually, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike Wayne. Your hand's up. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne from the American Sport Fishing Association. I know everybody wants to go home here, but I'm a little confused on the process now. Mr. Nowalski, or Chairman Nowalski said, work with your board members to essentially work on the alternatives, and Chris Moore kind of confirmed that process. And then Mr. Reed suggested an alternative approach based on the committee. So where are we at with this? Is this still undecided, or are we supposed to be working, are the stakeholders supposed to be working with their board and council members on the alternatives that aren't currently within the rate?
All right, so I'm going to give you my thoughts on this, and I could be corrected from other members around the table, but I would suggest that if you had additional alternatives that you want to present, that you prepare those in writing, and as long as they're within the guardrails that have already been established in the amendment, then I think Adam was saying that in August we would meet jointly and determine whether or not we wanted to consider those as part of the amendment or not. I could be wrong, but Adam, correct me if I'm wrong in that. But he kind of made it sound like we had a little time between now and the summer meeting when we meet jointly again to review and evaluate those alternatives. But to Chris's point and to Mike Pitney's point earlier, if it goes outside of the rails, this whole process needs to kind of get restarted again. And so I would suggest that if you have something within the range that you want to present, I don't know that it comes before the board. Adam, you can help me if the process is different from what I'm thinking, let me know. But I from what I heard and what I jotted down in my notes, I thought that August was kind of our focus for when we meet jointly again.
We've got two moving pieces at this point, and the comments from Mr. Petney and Dr. Moore earlier made very clear that the fast-moving piece needs to be the rec reform element, and the slow-moving piece is going to be any additional work on rec commercial allocation. So what we have in May right now is predominantly a discussion between some part of the commission, the policy boards where it's set up right now, because that's where they've decided to take up rec reform. I think we agree for the most part that we've got 3 species involved, all of our species on this board particularly, with rec reform, but there are other things. Bluefish was certainly something that we've been discussed, and that's why it's at the policy board to consider other species. I think Mr. Reed's comments were with concern about the aspects of what we were going to discuss and how we were going to discuss it with rec reform, and potential concerns that he's raised and some other people raised about that today. I believe the way that you summarize things with regards to any additional work on rec commercial allocation remains. Staff will send out a memo to board council members. If you have anything, get them to staff by some date certain timeline, likely by sometime in June, I think is what we're talking about right now, but I'll leave it to staff to come up with that time. And any of those options would next come before the council and the board at the joint meeting in August for consideration which to move forward with. And if there's anyone from the public that wants something considered, it would be in their best interest to work with board and council members to have it submitted through that process. I don't think Dr. Moore was suggesting a memo would go out to the entire public soliciting additional options at this point. I don't think we're looking at going through another scoping process or anything. Again, I think he's talking about let things come from board and council members. Board and council members would be the gateway for anyone from the public who wants to do something. And then we've got, while that's going on, we've got this whole other issue about rec reform. Lots of conversation about that today. Hopefully more conversation about that in May. And I think that's where we got a little bit of gray area here in the last couple minutes about who's doing what. That's my interpretation of where the last 15 minutes of directives have been.
Okay.
For who's doing what.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Adam. Thanks for keeping tabs and all that. I'm sure you had it all written down, and yeah, that's good for the record. So let me add, Mike, did you have a follow-up before we adjourn? I see your hand still up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the clarification that Chairman Nowalski provided that matched what my expectation was. And I just want to say that the alternatives that ASA will be seeking aim to help provide a more defensible justification for the allocation decision. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. I am going to adjourn this meeting. I appreciate the board's participation as well as members of the council. I hope that you all have a good evening. The council will be reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, which is the earliest that we can convene an executive director that doesn't do anything before 9 o'clock. And
Exactly.
so we're going to take up blue line tilefish, golden tilefish, and other informational sessions tomorrow. So thanks again to the members of the board for your participation today, and I'll look forward to talking with you all soon. But this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Bye-bye.